Hey, yeah, my computer just randomly shut off. I don't know if it was the power strip or what, but it just blooped. Honestly, what I think happened, and it's gonna be kind of dumb to say this, but I think Windows had an update. I got tired of waiting. But I mean, that was an abrupt stop. My system doesn't show any issues. There's no heating. There's no physical issues that I can see. So I don't know what the hell happened. Hope if I was attached to the ship. Gonna get as much as the stuff I can. I'll be honest, I can't wait to get the drill and be able to mine without having to do this, and then also being able to like, I don't know. I'm gonna add probably a few more things to the ship, and then I'm probably gonna make one with the rebuilder, and then after that I'll build my own strat. I know exactly what I'm gonna build too as a build. Don't run away. Don't run away. I'm probably gonna build the equivalent of I think it's called the Constellation. To Constellation Andromeda. No, it's not the Constellation. Ships. All ships. It's a hauler type. Ryan, close, not it. I guess you could say it's not it. I guess you could say it's transport. Technically, it's an item. Caterpillar. They gave the caterpillar a new skin. Nice. But better on it. Ah, here it is. The Hull E. This is what I'll end up making in the game. Literally a giant cargo runner. The perfect format too for this game. Literally a ship with a whole bunch of cargo stacked on it, and some jets in the back. It's honestly, it's the perfect ship for main source hauling and mining. So I'll probably be making that ship in this game, or attempt to at least. Gonna be a big boy with a lot of storage. Probably gonna run into a few issues I'm trying to figure out how to get it. Alright, well this thing is done. Which state do I have? Okay, I filled up half of my damn stuff with this. So now it's time to... I need the ice one and then the red. But primarily that's so go to this one. And my oh, still in the range. Can you stop coasting? I know you have 3 thrusters, but damn. You put in some reverse thrusters. fact that this doesn't kill my frame rate is awesome. Let's see how much you'll actually get there. 20k. 20 kilometers. Let's see. good. Welcome back. Make sure that I'm in Discord. Yeah, I'm in. I am. Well, I have received the amount of stuff I needed to build a scanner and mining stuff, and the problem is that, well, I seem to have received the ability to make them and not know how to actually use them or put them on fully. So, scan. No problem. I'm just gonna add some more thrusters. You can never have enough fucking thrusters. So, hello, hello.
What's going on, Simon? Now, what you were talking about is you unlock the mining laser and the ore collector, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, both of those go up to onto what is a weapon mount. You can make
Oh, point. Whoa, what the fuck?
It starts with a hard point, but you gotta put
What
you gotta put a body.
What just happened?
You gotta put a body. Actually, this would be a good time to show you. This would be a good time to show you my ship. I can show you right here. I can show you on my ship exactly what you need to build.
I don't know why my ship just did that. Why won't it even out? Damn it!
To do that, I need to. Yeah.
I don't know
Wow.
why it rotated. I'm gonna just despawn it.
Those friggin' all those little thruster things you got on the bottom, those little friggin' shark fin things you got on the bottom. Those are interrupting your. Those are causing part of your problems. If you just have those, if you just have a set of thrusters mounted straight down, that's a lot better than having those shark fins. And yeah, like I said, you're gonna have to start it all over again. So you're gonna start.
I don't know why my ship is sitting sideways, but fuck it. It didn't have any reason to move. It literally just tilted like someone ran into it.
Oh, it does that if it's not structurally, or if it's not aligned correctly inside the thing. You can spawn it, and it can spawn sideways.
No, it didn't spawn sideways. I heard a cracking sound, and I looked up, and it went.
Oh, it's because you do a durability check on it and see if anything broke. No, you use your durability tool. Use the durability tool inside of
waiting
your
for load.
go inside your backpack and pull up your durability tool. Not you got a handheld.
Part has the lowest valid connection strength. Factors in the ship. What do you mean lowest connection? Is it not bolted? Is that
Parts
why?
can't. Yep, like a bolt.
Lowest valid connection strength factors in on the. Yeah, I don't know what that means exactly. Does that mean it needs to be bolted?
Lowest fact. Yeah, you need to add bolts to those things. Need to have bolts added to them. And there's obviously there's a spot on your ship also that's got problem with it anyway. I'll fly out there in my. Yeah, I get like weird static when you're not talking or anything like that.
It's my fan. It's my fan.
He said, yeah, I'll bring my. Let me go to 20. Let me go back to 26, and I can. Then I can. Then I can insurance transfer over to 20. Over to 2. Over to the Easy Build shipyard, and
Okay, this is starting to get on my nerves. I'm just gonna drive it out of the damn thing, and then I'm gonna despawn it, store it, and respawn it, because it something fucked up real bad. The game fucked up somehow and messed it up, so I'm just gonna.
oh, I gotta put cruise on. Turtle off. That's another button. That's a lifesaver. Is having a turtle button. Turtle button is a button and a lever that's linked to your how fast your ship can move. And when you hit your turtle button, it makes it so you can't go over a certain speed when you're flying around with your engines.
Yeah.
It's a great thing when you're working in close to a station, or if you're working in close to an asteroid. Like when you're working in an asteroid field or something, I just keep my turtle button. I don't turn on cruise, but I just turn turtle on, and then I fly around inside asteroids with the turtle on, so I don't whack into them. I'll be there 80.
What the fuck? Why is it spawning in sideways?
Ooh, I can almost go. Spawning in sideways.
Yeah, it's spawning in sideways.
You got something wrong, and you got something wrong with the center line of the ship.
Nothing's changed. Nothing has changed in the ship at all. It hasn't had any problem.
Take and hit your just take, and you can rotate the ship so it's flat. It's just perspective, and this game is all it is. When it spawns in like that, your ship can be repositioned once you get back into it. But if your ship doesn't fly straight, if it flies crooked,
it doesn't.
Then you got problems.
It's not flying crooked. It's literally just the spawning in weird.
Yeah. Oh,
defaulting to that. I'm my log.
Sorry, my dad is yelling at my cat because he's going after his cat.
I'm gonna relog. It's my ship all bugged.
You can't, like I said, you can't use Easy Build anymore. Once you modified your ship outside of Easy Build, you cannot use Easy Build on it anymore.
I haven't modified it.
Or once it gets to a certain point, there's a certain point that the ship will get to, and it'll make it so you can't use Easy Build on it anymore. I've had it happen to me on multiple laborers, so. It's the same error your buddy had last night. Shadow had last night with his ship. It's the same thing goes on. You can't. There's a certain part that you can't take and modify your ship. Easy Build, they won't let you.
What the fuck? Why is it doing this? Why the fuck is it spawning in crooked?
It's how you put it away. And plus, it doesn't know what to do with those two things on the bottom. It doesn't know what to treat those like a fin or the top or whatever.
They're stabilizers. It doesn't matter if they're on the bottom or the top. They're made to like give you the ability to turn the ship. They've been working fine. The only thing they're there for is just allow me to be able to barrel roll a little bit better.
What's that matter on the front of your thing? Is that a mining laser?
It's supposed to be a scanner, and it attached there, and I couldn't get it to fucking work.
You have to have YOLO. You have to have YOLO things to make that work, to make that display anything.
Alright. Ship's here.
More than what you got
it's completely
now.
It's completely out of everything.
You've got to have
store ship.
You've got to have at least one screen to tell you what's in the thing. Like I got two big screens that tell me. One of them tells me what's in the thing, and on one on the bottom displays the stacks, and that all comes out of a single YOLO chip that's mounted in my rack. That's mounted on my ship.
Well, I just got the chip, so I haven't been able to do anything. I just bought the chip.
You got to program the chip. You got to program the chip with the YOLO thing for a material point scanner. I'm using a custom code. I custom coded mine. I use a custom code on mine that I picked up. So, but if you go to I think it's YOLO. There's a website. I gotta get the website, but it's the YOLO repository. It has all of the basic YOLO stuff in it. And it also has a bunch of stuff like where you can pick up code for free that you can use to make your ship work.
Can't snap anything on, it won't fucking work, and it's sideways. Like the ship isn't even fucking here anymore.
I can build bugs out. That's why people tend not to use it. I learned that a long time ago to use Easy Build.
Well, I guess this is as good as this ship's ever gonna fucking get.
Oh, you can add to it. You just add parts to it yourself. Yeah, you just have to learn how to assemble the ship together. That's the basic part of this. Is once you learn how to assemble everything together and learn how to route wiring and do tubing and do your pipes and stuff for your coolant and stuff, or how to use the what you call them, the vents or what they call them or whatever they call them, but they're things you can take and stick one wire in one end and one wire in another end, and it acts like a conduit. It's like they're like conduits that you can run along the rails and stuff of your ships for power and for propellant. Once you learn how to put all that together, and it's you pick up how ships work, and you can add stuff to your ship whenever you need to. Like I do 90% of my building on my ships in real time. I take in my last ship, I had to take and spawn it in, and then I had to add a bunch of stuff to it in real time just to make it work right. Like I said, I did just the basics I could on it inside of Easy. The rest of it I took and put it into it in real time. Is just learning about how stuff works in this game, and YOLO is part of it. Once you learn YOLO language, you could take in then you learn how everything works in the ship. Like I said, the material point scanner needs. If you take and hit U on the material point scanner, you'll see all the different values that thing spits out. You gotta have code that'll read that whatever it's spitting out and translate it into something that you can understand. Like it'll spit out. It'll tell you exactly what the ore content is. But in this game, they've made measurement, which is a stack, and you write the program to sit there and convert the rough the exact measurement that it gets from scanning it and converts it into stacks. So like mine tells me exactly what the two ores or one of the two what the is, and it'll tell me how many stacks it's inside of that asteroid. Okay, I'm pulling in 26 now. Let me go store my ship so I can pour over the two. Store it, big boy. There you go. Insurance transfer. Origin 2. Easy build. Transfer. Mm-hmm.
I'm just munching real quick, so that's why I'm quiet. I'm just munching on some chips, so yeah, so that's why I'm quiet. Just give me a minute.
I'm back in. I'm back at. I'm back at. You can take and get. There's actually people here. Wow. That's because when it was on sale, people picking it up when it went on sale, and they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna start checking this game out now." Oh. Hmm. I just dropped you a group invite. Nice. Now we could actually do the fact that you could actually do group edit and stuff now. When you're in a group with somebody, you can also there's also the SC where you design ships, and you can do group editing sessions inside of those too. At least in the old laborer. Oh, you're over on the outside? Okay, I'll drive over there. Come on. Oh! Turtle mode, please. Take me off. I tried to take it off of cruise. Came in.
Air fucking cost me an arm and a leg, but
Hey, Flash, see, I get right here.
make these two small cockpits. They're gonna give me 2,500 build like blueprints.
To take and to do anything, you need to take and do. You need to do the script too, which is not. You can't just buy script. You can't buy like YOLO scripts and stuff like that. They don't have stuff built in the game like that, as far as I know.
No, I mean if I build.
Okay, now I'm gonna.
What I'm saying is, if I build that cockpit, it gives me a lot of
Yeah,
build.
if you build the cockpit. Yeah, it
That's what I
does.
did. I got $5,000 out of it. It allows me now to, buy the stuff.
Yeah, you become right here outside of the box. It's the build box that you're in. Cause I can see your ship now. Since we're in a group, I can actually see your ship as it spawned, and you can see my ship out there. My ship's outside the box. Yeah, see what you got right here. You've got it. You got it. You got it all. Yeah, you got it all hooked up correctly. That's how it's supposed to mount. Material point scanner is how it's supposed to mount.
So
And
it auto mounted. It auto mounted when I went to put it on, and then I was like, well, I don't know how to use it, and I couldn't remove it. I couldn't do anything with it. And I was like,
build? You did it on easy build?
Yeah.
You can still take this thing, you take it off of easy build, and you can unbolt it. You can unbolt it, and you can reattach it. But as easy build goes, the build already pre-wired it into your system. You just gotta put another button. You gotta put another button into your cockpit, and you gotta put at least 2 screens into your cockpit. Then you gotta come back here to the back section, truck section, or to your
Hold on.
back section back here.
Hold on. Is there any way I can cannibalize this ship and just build a new one?
Yeah. You can take and strip this. You can completely strip that ship down to parts, and take every single part out of it, and just put it onto new parts. I'm pretty sure you can do if you do the easy build mode, it may let you take it apart. If you can take it apart, you can take every single part off of it. You can take and strip it down to its modules, and you can take and rebuild it.
That's the problem. Is it's not letting me select the ship. Like I can't.
Okay, you can't easy build it.
Like it's allowing me to highlight certain parts of it. That's it.
Okay, then what you have to do is take it out of. You're gonna have to take and do it all manually. See, like I said, I got it pulled up right now. I got the bolts pulled up. I can see exactly how it's bolted on there. All I gotta do is let's see. Yeah, oh, it's right here.
Hold on. I have to take it out of building mode.
Yeah, you gotta take it out of easy build mode, so you can actually edit it. Once you pull your bolt tool out, it'll show you the bolts that are in it. And you take and you look at the bolts that are holding that it's right here on the bottom, what holds it to the hard point. You can take this hard point, you right click on, you just right click like I'm doing right here, and see, watch. Pull it out just like that. Now grab hold of this piece right here that I pulled out with your E, hit E on it, and hit F, and put it inside your thing. And that's how you cannibalize. You see, you just unbolt everything, and you just take and hit F,
it's gonna take
and you
forever to
stick it into your inventory. Yep. Yeah, but you can also take it as an event feature, but you can abandon the ship, and it basically will leave the ship as it is. But if you don't want to take any of the parts off, then you can take the. But if it's an easy build ship that flies right, wow, 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 wow. How many rods you got in that thing? And generators?
Well, you have time to look. Go ahead. And 2 generators.
2 generators in that thing?
Dude, it was running really good.
It'll probably run out, what, halfway through the thing, it runs out of energy?
No, I made an entire trip without running out of power.
How far out?
30K.
That's nothing.
Yeah, but I mean that's what I needed it for.
I said as I said, that's nothing. This if you come out here to the outside. Mine out here takes and goes at least 50 some K and back, can do 100K on one set of fuel rod. It's running right now. I forgot to turn it off, but yeah, trust me, I had to do that with a couple different laborers that I felt I had to take and cannibalize them for parts. But once you can take it, but the good thing about the easy build system though is it does work to the point where if you build a complete module cockpit, and you build the rest of the parts in easy build, you can put one of those ships together in easy build without no problem. But if you want to modify it afterwards, as soon as you modify one part of it out of easy build, then it breaks. Yeah, this is like I said, I had a small ship that didn't even have quarter of those thrusters, and it would run out of park for friggin'. It couldn't even make it back and forth from here to Origin.
I didn't need this ship to go that far. I needed it just for getting ore and stuff. Like this ship was never supposed to go more than 35 kilometers out.
You see my. If you look at my friggin' list, my station is from here. It's like 104 kilometers away. I take the warp. I take the insurance transfer over. It's 57 kilometers. Like I said, I could do that less than an hour in my ship. And it's basically the same ship you started out with.
Well, like the control panel's gonna be the
this thing was. The only thing I did too is I upgraded. I retrofit a different front end on it. I took and didn't run the standard front end like this one here. There's the in the build. Oh, what is that? Oh, H and cockpits. The cockpit 3 small. It's got a glass canopy, everything else on it. Well, I made it so the canopy would go up and down. That started getting bugged out on me, so I was like, oh, that's going to be a problem. So I just took it off because I had to add more panels to support the upgrades. Like I said, you'll get time into your starter ship and you'll be like, oh, no, I just wasted all this time on this ship. But you didn't waste the time. You're just experimenting around with different designs to get used to what the game is. Once you get, like I said, once you get to where you're building your own ships. Yeah, I remember that ship. Let's see, how many friggin' 30. I'll have to look at that repository. Here's. Oh yeah, here's the mining laser.
Fucking bolts and everything. Holy crap.
Yeah, everything is bolted together.
Everything
is bolted. It's bolted and welded, and it's all put together, bolts and welds and stuff. Like all those beams are all welded together. You have to use a welding tool and unweld everything to get it apart, to get all those beams and stuff apart. All beams are welded together. Then you get stuff bolted to it. Just like everything has to be bolted down in a certain manner, or you'll get the errors.
simulated content.
This is basically what you can do is when you're a pirate too. You do this as if you're a pirate. You can take people's ships apart and basically do hardbreaker, shipbreaker, whatever that game is. Shipbreaker. You can basically do that game. You can scrap ships out and stuff. Find them outside the safe zone. You can sit there and they're not taken. And you're not somebody abandoned it. You can just scrap it. Put that out in the world. Pick up your piece. I'm not putting it in my station inventory. I just unbolted unbolted this front end phrase. So all you have to do is pick it up. There was a piece over there I took off.
I was about to say, I was like, can you help me unbolt the shit? It's gonna take a while if I don't get help. I mean, I'm glad to have all these parts when I'm gonna be building the ship, because, you know, they can be used for it, but holy crap, in the ass.
Yep, when you're trying to salvage something, it's hard. You gotta unbolt and do everything. Yeah, you got this one back here. You gotta unbolt the thing off this. Take the what you call it's off. The vents or whatever they call them, ducts. You gotta take the ducts off this. You gotta take the paneling and the ducts off this. I don't want to because I don't want to put it in my inventory. It's up on this square piece thing. You see all that things with the blue ends on them?
Yeah.
The gray things with the blue ends? Those are all ducts. You just unbolt this thing and then bolt it from the thing. If you put it in like that, it goes in as a custom piece. You don't want that. You want it to go in as its normal piece. Yeah, those ducts are handy too, because they, like I said, they allow you to take and run power and stuff to all. That's how easy build ships are put together. They're put together with all ducting and stuff, and that's what makes them a pain in the ass to pull apart.
Yeah, I'll say. I just came back with my ship, expecting to be able to go out and get some more ore here in a little bit. I was stocking up real fun, and next thing I know, I'm having to take apart my ship because I can't do anything with it.
Oh, you could have kind of modified it yourself. You could have modified everything yourself. You could have done all the modifications to it yourself. It's this. If you want to start over easy build, you can just take everything apart, put together modules again, and reassemble it. Because if it was working with easy build, then there's nothing wrong with it. As long as it was working. But if it was creaking and groaning.
Wait, if I have easy build on, will it just pull these parts for me as I unbolt them, or what? Looks like it is.
Easy. Yeah, easy build. You can pull. You can. Easy build. You can pull out the modules by module.
No, but what I'm saying is, I'm sitting here, I'm detaching stuff from it, and it's disappearing as I'm detaching.
What, with the bolt gun? That's when you pull that thing out like that, you're hitting, if you hit the button, if you're hitting F, that's all goes into your inventory.
I'm saying I'm not hitting F.
That means you're just pulling the bolts out of those.
That's what I'm saying is
you're not hitting any button?
I'm not hitting F, piloting them green, and it's removing them as soon as it's done. not hitting that.
Yeah, it's because it's doing like an easy build way of doing it. Because when you highlight it, then you hit F, then it disappears if it's unbolted. Otherwise, it'll just sit there and float there. Otherwise, it's not back in your thing. It's just floating there. And if you can't pick it up because it's still there, that means you have to either unbolt it or unweld it from its place. All plates get bolted to beams, all get welded together. That's all you have to remember. Is if it's not bolted, then it's going to be welded. And that's all I was doing. I was just walking along with the welding, holding right click and unwelding. Look at those marks. That's the basic premise of this building in this. Let me go get my get ready to kicked off the thing. So I gotta get mine unspawned. No, wait a second. No, I can stay here. I'm coming back to it. I can just let it stay here. I was just moving it out so it wouldn't be in the way people know. Sure, the shit don't get funky here. Okay. I know G-Force is. Long, tedious process.
Gotta be a faster way to pull everything off the ship.
Yeah, you're looking at it. The other way is to use an easy build and pull everything off in modules. But as soon as you fuck up a module, then it's no longer a valid module. Yeah, and you're pulling everything out with its pipes and wires still attached, so.
Yeah, because I can't do anything with wires.
you can pull out all the wire and the pipe and stuff before you pull it out too. Use the pipe tool and the wire tool. Because if you pull something out with pipe in it, or it has pipe or wire in it, it can be taken as a custom item, and it'll show up as a custom item in your instead of whatever it was. You'll have a bunch of things that don't look like anything, and it'll say custom this, custom that, this, custom this, and they're just pieces that have wire or hose in them.
I don't see the boxes I just pulled off.
Yeah, see all those little boxes right there? All those customs? Like I said, all those things are customs now. If you look up at the top of your list of your parts, go to the very, very top. All those things up top that say custom cable item, those are all those items that you pulled off without pulling the cables and the cables and the tubes out of it. Like I said, all that stuff became custom. And you got to put that stuff out one at a time and pull out all of the stuff, and then pull it down to its components, and then pull it apart again.
Yeah, I've never broken apart a ship. I don't know how to do that.
Like I said, you just started pulling it apart and stuff. Like you gotta take it piece by piece apart. You gotta take the plates off, you gotta take the bolts off, you gotta take the wiring out, you gotta take the plumbing out, you gotta take everything out. The game's deep in how in that sort of thing in the shipbuilding. I'm gonna go ahead and go store my ship and go fly over to yeah, okay, it's Euro.info. Euro.info has everything as what? No, it's not working. Yeah, it's on the Wicked Starbase, and in addition on, they have basic Europe's that work, and for certain things in the game that you can work, and one of them is your what you're looking for. Common YOLO scripts. Flight control units, limiter, total mode, fuel chamber, gradual generator script, flag generator, material point scanner. And then they have a okay. Yeah. And those do work there. Okay, I just put it in Discord in the welcome room. The link for the wiki for the to the Starbase, to the Starbase wiki, but it takes you into the yellow thing, into the exact point where it gives you a material point scanner script. You get material point scanner script that you can, if you know anything about programming, you can sit there and take and adapt it to your how your ship setup, because you got to do the naming conventions on all of your stuff in your ship and everything else like that. Because you can do it, you can have, because if you do an easy build ship, easy build automatically does all that. When you modify a ship outside of easy build, you got to do all the naming convention and everything else in the ship yourself. Like my script from my point, it wouldn't work on another material point with the same. If you had the exact same setup, it wouldn't work, because you'd have to have it named exactly what I have mine named. Damn it. So what are you gonna do for a ship? Are you gonna build a new one?
Already, you just throw this motherfucker in storage and leave it there forever.
You can do that too. People did that's what you can do with it. There's also, you could, like I said,
Like half the shit half the shit I can't even, like, it's a custom part now. Half the shit I'll never be able to fucking use again because I don't have any way to pull
the custom part apart. You gotta take that custom part, take it out of your inventory, and then you gotta take and go through it with the bolt tool, the cable tool, and the pipe tool, and pull out every single bit of cable, pipe, or bolt out of the item, and then put it back in your inventory, and it should go into your inventory as a component piece. You just pulled everything apart without pulling the cables and everything else out of it, because that stuff still gets pieces of cable and pipe stuff in it. You just right click and you can take every single bit of cable out of it. I haven't had to do it to many parts that have gone into my thing custom. I just pull the thing out of them, and I pull all the stuff out of it, and it goes back into the thing as a standard. Yeah, there is a way to fix it. You just gotta fix it. It takes time to fix it. Like I said, it is a time sink. 100%.
Well, I mean, now I can't do shit. I have to build a ship.
Yeah, you gotta buy your...
Thing is, I wasn't ready to build a ship yet. I hadn't looked at all the components yet. I hadn't learned everything.
Go back to the what you call it, do the tutorial again. Get you a bone stock you can do the tutorial into the part where when you're repairing that ship, you do the ship repair tutorial, and you can pull that, you can get that bone stock labor out from the thing, and you can take and run it until you can get until you can or if you got the containers, you can put the containers back on your ship. And if you got the materials still, you can make those parts and stick them onto your ship once that ship's re-put into the thing. Because if it goes into the easy build thing as a fresh ship, then it won't be cursed. Not all your ships are cursed. Just that ship broke. That's why I didn't.
Well, that's why I have to build a ship now, because I'm literally just gonna have a fuck ship randomly unless I do. So I don't have a choice. I have to build a ship. But I didn't want to build a ship like 10 hours into the game because I don't know enough.
You don't have to. You don't. Like I said, you can get the labor from the easy build, but building a ship is all part of the game. Part of the sim and part of the thing was they used to tell you that after you built your ship here, then to take and get enough and
yeah, but here's the thing: I have no experience with the mining laser, no experience with a nav system, no experience with wiring any of it. I barely know the basics of how the ship moves, and now I'm going to be building a ship from the ground up. I wasn't ready.
Well, this game doesn't give you it gives you the thing with the easy build, but it doesn't. Yeah, see this piece of stuff that's floating here. Another piece from your ship that's still floating here. But there's also, if you're not comfortable doing that, like I said, you just have to get the labor from the tutorial, add a few boxes, add a couple thrusters to it that you can do an easy build. Don't make it too extravagant. Take it out, gather materials, then go out to one of these ship stores that are around here. Look at the different ships that people's made. It's like, oh, I want that ship. I don't have to do nothing to that ship. Show up with the credits and the material, hit the buy button, and buy the ship. And then go out and spawn the ship, and you'll have a fly around. Then you don't have to do stuff too that's already pre-built, pre-wired, has everything done to it. They've got that option too.
Yeah, I'm not buying someone else's ship.
Then you just learn how to take and do all the wiring and do all this stuff. If you want to learn how to build your own ship, just learn it. It's not a hard game. This all wiring requires the wire to the that's why I keep them on my hotbar. I keep the wiring tool. I keep the bolt tool, the pipe tool, the durability test tool, everything. I keep that on my hotbar so I can sit there and keep them in my backpack so I can pick them up at any time and use them. Because you're out in the asteroids and something breaks on you, you can't take and get into your station inventory when you're out in the black. When you're out there flying around in space out there, you can't just go into your inventory. You gotta have all that stuff on you already. I'm sorry, I'm gonna take the insurance transfer here. Oh my god, it's 26. See how many credits I have. 154,000. Nice. And that's nothing. That's nothing for freaking credit amounts. Some ships cost multi-millions of credits to build. Like those big ships cost multi-millions of credits to build. I got chump change. Saber module. Spawn. Great, I got stuck in my ship.
Just my ship, I had to part here. Back prefab. This is just irritating. Literally just gonna take shit apart and build it. Ugh.
If you take it apart, you learn how the ships are built, and then you can learn how they're put together, so you can sit there and build your ship just like it. Because this game has certain things that you can do to the ships, but you cannot do certain things to a ship thing. You can't make them work other ways than what you're supposed to.
Oh, frustrating. The big stuff. The one. The frame and all the other shit. Just all over the place. I don't care.
And they also have mining. They have on station jobs that you can do too. Like there's a place that says need quick money. Do a mining thing, and they give you an asteroid. You just take and sit there and pound the rock, the asteroid out in. You just basically break up the asteroid on the station, and it pays you to collect it, and then you get paid for it. Then there's scrapping jobs too, where it'll sit there and make a ship appear in front of you, and just take and scrap that ship, and you get paid for the scrap. You do that to make credits too, if you don't have a ship to make credits with. But like I said, the labors are free. You just have to do the ship repair tutorial, which you'll get another full set of tools. And you just do that, and you can get up to 25 times. You can get a free labor that you can modify and use. Like I said, I think I'm on.
Well, I have two possible things I'm going to be built. I'm not sure what I'm going to be built. One of them is going to be just a general ship. The other one is literally just the best hauler. It's going to be built after a ship on Starship called the Hauler.
Somebody's probably already got it built.
Probably.
Just look at your. You can look. All I have to do is look at the different ships that are in the ship stores. People have built ships from all sorts of different games in this. There's ships out here. There's a ship here that the guy sells for 5 million credits in game. And you can buy on this Discord. You can buy the ship design, and the ship has something like 1,000 1,000 crates. It's got built-in asteroid avoidance systems to where it won't run into asteroids. You can actually hit the button and it will sit there and automatically go to you find an asteroid, hit the button, it will go to the asteroid, deploy its mining lasers, start mining the asteroids for you, and then automatically store everything inside of the thing. You can sit there and make
how long it's spent fucking.
Oh, he spent enough time that many people buy his design and fly his design around as their main asteroid hauler. I didn't want to come here. I wanted to go to the friggin' not to marketplace. Yes, so I can get my ship. I was trying to fly out of the station with my ship.
Alright, well, I got the fucking thrusters off the damn thing. I got a lot of pins out of it. I honestly, like, all the fucking frame shit, I don't crap about.
Okay, and what you're gonna want to do is you're gonna want to go to the. You're gonna want to go to if you want to design it, you have to go out of Easy Build. And it's like right across the way from Easy Build is a place that has a thing and it says want a custom ship. You fly into
Here's
that
the ship, by the way.
one, and you can take and edit a ship on the SEC if you want, and that's also where you can customize your ship out of Easy Build, or you can customize it inside of real space.
Hey, Wired again. How's everything going?
He had
annoying.
problems.
My ship kept spawning in sideways in Easy Build, and I couldn't put anything on it anymore, so I cannibalized the damn thing. Not realizing that I'd have to pull it apart fucking panel by panel.
That's a huge disappointment. Sorry, man.
Although I have a crash.
Oh, your game crashed.
What?
You gotta reset your reset your game.
Don't tell me that the entire doing all this kind of stuff is caused by a fucking crash. Come
on. Okay.
Next game.
Okay, I'm gonna fly back.
Yeah, there's almost nothing left of my ship now, but I don't have fun pulling apart a fucking ship that I don't give a shit about. It's not my ship.
Totally.
It's not. It's a chore. It's my ship, and I'm wanting to like do it, and I'm like making it, and I've made it, and and I'm just like, oh wow, I didn't realize I did that, and get back at what I did. But taking apart a fucking starter ship is like putting your fucking teeth on the curb and asking someone to curb something because you want to get a boner. Just fucking dumb.
Well, if you want to pull it out, I can help you deconstruct it, or if you want to just ignore it, I can give you temporary access to one of my miners.
No. I have a shit ton of stuff. I've spent the ship was good. The ship was really fucking good. I had a ridiculous amount of storage, and I was doing really. I fell apart. There we go. The lighting finally kicked in. That was. Give me a second, and I will.
At this current moment, I think that is the most worse. The biggest problem with this game right now is they've made it so that easy build mode is, well, it's every starter basically has to use it, but it's so borked that almost everyone reaches that point where they get attached to their ship, or they just put a lot of work into it, and then it almost inevitably gets messed up by easy build mode. And
is
I
what my
think
ship-
a lot of people quits. A lot of people quit the game right where you're at, essentially, because they're like, "Fuck this shit."
Well, I didn't want to fucking
And I
start building.
can't blame them either, because it's like, yeah, that's a huge disappointment.
It's like I want to build a ship. I have like 3 different ideas for ships I want to build, but at the same time, like I don't know enough about these goddamn parts to start building unless I have you guys here.
Yeah, I totally understand.
Yeah, that's another thing too. You just gotta take it. You gotta go through, and you got one.
Yeah, this is all that's left. I've literally stripped as much shit off that I could, but I'm reaching my limit of patience I have. I'm reaching the limit
If
of
you
my
have
patience.
stuff, yeah, I would say just pull out like the important stuff, like the
I
crates
did.
and stuff, and then just ignore the rest of it. You can just
The crates, I keep pulling them out and they turn into custom items, and I.
Oh, that's because there's like a single little. It's really annoying, but there's like a
Wire.
single little cable or something on it. If you just pull those out of your inventory and tear the cables off and then put them back, it'll consider.
I already
it
told him to do that.
Single item.
I already told him to do that. I told him, I said, you gotta pull them out, you gotta pull the cables and make sure they don't have no pipes on them either. Because sometimes they'll have little pieces of pipe, little pieces of cable in them, and that'll make them a custom item.
Yeah, but the thing is that
Yeah, if you've
getting
got
to that
the-
cable,
if you've got it.
getting to the cable and getting to the pipe that I don't know where they're at, and I haven't done any of this before. It's like, oh, let me just remove these 20 panels until I find it.
You don't.
Yeah.
You just have to click. You just have to click on the thing with the tool. You just right click with the tool, and the tool will sit there and pull up whatever it's in there. It doesn't have. You don't have to see it. You just click on the item, and it'll click, 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 and whatever it's in there, if there's something in there, it'll find it and it'll pull it out of there. So.
Yeah, if you've got the resources, I would say just not worry about it, just for your own sanity. Just pull the important stuff off and call everything else a loss.
Wait,
It's
so
not that huge of a loss.
what you're saying is unbolt it, then do what?
You gotta go through with the tool, with the
Which-
cable tool and the pipe tool, and click on them, right click on them, and pull every single piece of cable and pipe out of the item that's put in there. And Easy Build puts a lot of pipe and cable and stuff, so.
Because either A, I'm going to pull all these storage units out there and have shit in them, and I'm going to have to ask one of you guys if you can help me pull each one of them out individually. You know, once they're
No,
custom.
you gotta pull it individually by yourself. You gotta take and pull every single one of them. You can't assign a custom unit to a number. You gotta take and pull it out one at a time and pull out all the stuff and then put it back in your inventory. Otherwise, it won't work. We can't put nothing into our inventory because as soon as that goes into our thing, it goes into our inventory.
Well, I have to pull
fine,
them
we
all
can do
out.
that.
I have to pull all of them out, put them on the floor, and then...
Yep, one by one.
Only as much as you want, too, because they're
Like,
harder
building
for
something
you to
can be
get
fun.
better ones.
Setting up stuff can be fun, but tearing this goddamn ship apart makes me want to kick a fucking baby.
Yeah.
Like, if it wasn't for the fact that I'm one of the...
That's what they did. They had a part of a tutorial that showed you how to tear apart a ship.
Yeah, but it was very vague and said,
it's
here,
not
cut it up, and like...
Yeah.
Because you like, okay, if I go back on the training it gave me yesterday, all I know is, oh, if I cut this apart, it'll shred it up and put it somewhere. It does not tell me anything about how these components are pulled apart, how I need to move them, where I can split them. Like, if there's something that I can use to pull apart a ship automatically. All I know is that I cut the thing up and it puts it over there. Like,
And if it wasn't for the
You get it in.
easy build mode, you shouldn't even have to be doing this at this point
Yeah.
either. Yeah, so it's totally weird. Now those cargo traits are only worth, I think, about like 500 credits. So if you wanted to just buy new ones, you could just nuke the whole thing.
yeah,
You could
but,
also go and get
but I'm going to be
Like
using a lot of
materials and
these.
stuff.
I'm going to be using a lot of these storage units anyway.
Okay.
so I figure it's not a bad investment. Plus, I'll learn a little bit about it. I don't want to learn this shit right now, but I don't have a choice.
If you want to group up, I should be able to get into your easy build session, which I didn't want to before because that might bork your ship. But since your ship is already borked, then
that's what I did. I was welding stuff for him. I was running my welder and taking.
Yeah, seconds. Okay. Haywire.
He's at 2.
Right?
Haywire.
Yep. Go ahead and send me a friend request too. I don't think.
You gotta be. He's gotta be on 2. Haywire, you gotta be on 2.
Is that your friend request?
Yeah, I'm on now. And we should be friends now. So... yeah, we're friends now. Hey, one of the developers is on.
Yeah, I seen that.
Are you in the group already?
I don't know. I was in a group earlier.
Okay. If you were earlier, you probably still are. So just if you
we are in the group. Nope. He's not in the group anymore. Yeah.
No, that should keep you in the group.
No, I disbanded it after when I had to log off. I quit the group. So.
Okay.
Ship has a durability error. I wonder why, you smart-ass motherfucker. I wonder why it has a disability error. Could it be that I'm pulling apart its fucking testicles right now? Could that be why it has a durability issue?
No.
Oh my god. Fucking game. Oh.
Yeah, shoot, can you send me one more invite? I was already in the group, so it canceled it. Crap.
Yep. So, remember the Sidewinder I showed you last night? This morning? Taylor?
Yes.
I'm thinking about making that the initial ship, but I have a goal. I don't know how long it's going to take, or how much of a pain in the ass it's going to be, but I want to build this.
I'm waiting for the stream. Ooh, okay.
As my main binary hauler. Yes, I want to build that.
That's been built. Something like that, not that big, but something like that has been built, but not be able to take the modules, make them be able to fly like that.
But I mean, I want to build it myself. My goal is something to look forward to.
Yeah,
but,
that's a long-term SEC. That's something you're going to be spending months building.
That's why I said the Sidewinder would probably.
SEC building.
Trust me, I know. The cab alone has space for like 2 people in it, so trust me, it's gonna be a lot of work. But that's.
Oh no!
That's a goal.
That's the thing is, if you're building something from scratch like that, you got to build everything from scratch.
Well, I mean, yeah, the frame's the hardest part. Once I get the frame done, then I can start adding all the circuitry and everything else. I mean, it's primarily storage units, though. That's the thing. It's like 90% storage units. You just have to make the cab and the thrusters in the back and make sure that
there's that.
Yeah, out of all the designs, that one, I think he has a good choice for this game.
But Sidewinder that I showed you last night will probably be the one that I'm making now. It's going to be a fairly big ship, though, because I'm going to have to put a lot of storage units in it.
Like I said, there's ones out there that have got easy 1,000 storage units on, like that ship that there's a ship out there. Like I said,
but if I get all this money and I go out and I buy these ships, I won't have any attachment to them and I won't enjoy it. If I want to build a ship in the future that'll be mine, it'll give me something to look forward to.
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. That's why. That's
Same.
why.
Yeah,
That's
that's
why
my
Justin
mentality.
built my
That's why I
ship.
built pretty much my own. Yeah. ships.
That's when you guys say, you know, hey, you can go buy a ship. I kind of groan because it's not because I don't want to buy a ship, it's just because
Yeah, exactly.
I'd rather build a ship and learn than to sit here and constantly buy ships, and then when shit goes sideways, I don't know what I should do.
Yeah, the only reason I even brought it up was because you'll own like 30 ships easily in the game. Plus, you know, it'll be a good learning experience. So that would be the only reason I would say to just feel free to buy a pre-made one just as a temporary ship, because you'll have, well, depends on how much you want to get into it, but you'll have a lot of ships.
So I
Others
just had
that you'll have a lot more attachment to.
pull these out and what the fuck do I?
Yeah, you can pull. I would step away from the. Well, yeah, I guess it's okay to do it here. I get worried about easy build mode, but yeah, just pull them out of your inventory there, and you can.
Oh, I gotta shut my
Sort of
ship.
weird.
Space there.
No, I should just take the bait. I take my labor out.
Why? Hello? Why are you?
That's never seen that before. So yeah, like that little blue cable right there is just that's the bullshit that we gotta get rid of.
Is that?
I think so. Yeah, it'll usually just be a little cable sticking out of the end like that.
Exactly wrong with these the thrusters.
Thrusters are fun because they're actually made of 4 separate pieces.
What?
Yep.
Each of these thruster units have like nozzles and
Yeah.
combustion chambers for
What?
individual pieces. Yep.
Yeah.
And,
God damn it!
The pops.
so
Yep.
since you don't have a ton of those, I would say just nuke those, honestly. And when I say nuke, I mean there's a you can go to the NPC seller and buy and sell all those custom items for not
Yep.
a credible amount of money, but for a decent amount of money. And so I would say just
Yeah, please let me do
those.
those.
And
I don't want to
Yeah.
slam my head on a table any more than I have to because I'm a patient guy, but my God, I'm about to punch a wall.
If you mouse over those custom items, I think it'll kind of give you context clues as to which ones are the cargo crates. And if you wanted to keep those cargo crates, you can pull those out. But
Yeah, it's the cargo crates
I would
I'm
say
primarily
just sell it all.
favorite item. Live in fog. Oh. Great.
Oh, let's see. Did I put?
Okay. Not. Find one. Thruster. Full rack. Some table stand. Oh, I pulled a lot of these. Where the hell are they?
Maybe try the filter search then. Just put in crate or something and see if it.
Trigonia.
Crate and box did not pull up.
Oh, what about cargo? Or maybe. I don't know.
Cargo.
Oh. Okay, now I see. I can make 113 of those. Okay.
Oh, fuck it. I've got a lot of crates here. Oh, wait. Crates don't look like custom items.
50.
Oh, okay. Maybe most of them actually. Yeah, maybe they didn't turn into custom.
Make 50 of those.
Which would make sense because those should break their cables when you pull them off. Since we had to actually actively pull them off. Every time they make that snap sound, it's the cables breaking.
Okay, where do I go to sell this stuff? Take a crash
the
course and
marketplace.
slam my head again. So
Yeah. So
market or
it is.
store?
It's the actual physical marketplace. It is. If you just jump out the door, it is the one that has the little IKEA-looking guy.
All right, wait. I'm getting
Opening
something.
crates.
The follow button. Put away my weapon. Whatever item I need.
I just like to hit whatever number the hotkey is
Hitting
assigned
whatever
to.
number it's set on your.
Well, I mean, it wasn't
Or
letting me.
Then your inventory is probably full. Yeah, so you'll just need to move those plates or whatever else you've got in your inventory into station inventory.
Okay, my bolt is
Oh really?
I just fucking made custom cockpits just so I would get 2,000 points. I literally just tanked 150 grand to do that. To get prints. Yeah, literally just did that.
Oh, I think you can sell that as well. Yeah. To
I'll probably end up selling them because they were literally just there for me to be able to. Alright, sorry, I lost track of you because I was doing stuff. Where is it?
I am pretty. I'm near you. If you want to hop on my ship here, I pulled up my ship as a little tatsy.
Oh yeah,
And it's
yeah,
basically
ship.
just.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm in.
It's basically this guy over here with this dude.
Oh, okay.
packing boxes. And there's a nice little area. Right. Oh, actually, I need to fly. Oh no, we're in the same group. I should be able to fly through this. Okay, over here, there's a spawn or an insurance transfer point. They need to just call that teleporting or spawn. I don't know. And this is also where the NPC place is. So if you want to set your insurance transfer over here, you can do that. And then just inside this door is a bunch of panels that you can sell shit at.
I'm
And this
assuming.
middle one here is your equipment. So
I'm assuming he's looking at it because it's not loading for me. Oh, there it goes.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Same.
it'll take a while.
Yeah, I haven't loaded this before, so it's gonna take a minute.
Yeah, they load forever every time. I don't really know why. They don't cache them. Yeah, this middle panel should be your equipment. You can switch it to storage.
Dude, I
Make
should
sure it's
probably
not on
mitigate this
equipment.
game and move it over to my my M.2. Just make it a little bit better.
Yeah, that will help. I
Oh,
think.
they say this game is a must to have on SSD if you have it on a computer.
So I have it on an SSD right now. And it's really good, but certain games I will move. They just can't be too big because my M.2 is tiny. I'm running on a basic M.2 that I got a long time ago. Haven't upgraded it yet.
Shoot, I got a 16 gig M dot in my fucking Chromebook right now. So
So you'll see tabs
Yeah,
up
big-
above. Make sure it says storage and not equipment. And then you should see all of your stuff in the storage there. And you, depending on what you've got in storage, you're probably safe to just do sell all, but it's still kind of warped in that they've got like those like +1s and all that, and but they don't work yet.
If I just want to sell everything that I searched for that was custom.
You can't really. If you search for it, it'll still input sell all. It'll still sell everything except for your ore that you've got in storage. So just scroll through it, make sure there isn't anything you want to sell. If there is some stuff you don't want to sell, you can always move that into your personal character storage.
if you have room for them.
Yeah, if you have room. And then yeah, doing it the way you're doing it, where you just do a Twitch thing like that. That's kind of what I end up doing. But
It's better than accidentally selling all the ore that I painstakingly grabbed over the past 2 hours.
that as well.
Yep.
I'm gonna need that building.
Yeah, the two side panels on the side are where you can sell ore if you ever want to. To the NPCs, that is.
To NPCs, it's you get money quick and that's it.
You know what this reminds me of? Selling this stuff like this? Reminds me of being in Sea of Thieves and quick selling a whole bunch of items and just looking back and forth and tapping F as quickly as possible.
Oh yeah.
Okay, done.
Curse is lifted.
Okay.
Yep, easy build hull claims another. You were a good ship, whatever you named your ship.
I didn't name it.
You will be missed.
I didn't name it. It didn't have a name. It was a basic pitch.
Basic pitch number 1, you will be missed.
It did so good while it worked, though, because it had good storage and I was adding thrusters to it, so I actually was getting really good speed. Because all I wanted it for was to grab stuff. But oh, by the way, look at my stream real quick, and I'll show you how much ore I got. It's a pretty fair amount. It's not a lot.
Ooh, yeah. Sweet.
Got a lot of the fuel crystal. Cause I needed it. It was like worth a lot.
Ooh, yeah, that'll last you a while.
Oh yeah. And I pulled all my fuel cells out of it too, so I have fuel cells in my propellant tanks and shit. So, okay, so where do I got to go to start this mind-numbing adventure called building a frame and killing myself? I mean, building a ship.
Hey, you wanna do that? You wanna hit the bullet and start trying to build it?
Kind of have to, and I mean, now's a good time as any.
Sure. I'm assuming you want to try the CAD version, right? Like, build it in a design program and then print it, or do you want to try just building one from scratch, like out in space?
See, the hard part
if you do want to do that, I would suggest starting with a pre-built and then like modifying it because you can unbuild that.
Yep.
So that would be.
Well, you remember the shape of that ship. I'm gonna have to start with a long. I'm gonna have to start with a square frame, like a rectangle.
And then what you're gonna have to do is go and, like I said, taking it over to the custom build hall, and then show them the SEC. You guys can do a custom. You guys can do a group instance for the SEC, and you can show them what the SEC entails.
So the ship.
That'll probably be the best.
The ship that I'm going to be building is this. It's very basic. It's got a lot of hard lines, so it'll be easy to fit into the game.
Yeah, let's run over to the design hall and then let's spawn. They've got like starter blueprint things. We can bring up one of those.
It's funny because it's the starter ship for Elite Dangerous, so it's gonna be hilarious to see in this game as my first ship. Because I could say it's a starter ship. Starter ship in Elite Dangerous and here. So okay, so apparently you can either build it in space or you can build it in a prefab area.
It's not a prefab.
Well, every ship can be, like right now, you could go out and you could completely deconstruct any ship or build any ship out in space if you wanted. It's a lot easier to do that when you understand how everything works. So since you're trying to learn how that works and stuff, I would say either, if you want to do it in space and hands-on, I would say build or buy a pre-built and then deconstruct it, or like you were saying, go to the design center and just try
it's called the SEC.
Building it. Yeah, it's called the SSC.
SSC.
Not really sure why, but it's this black building over here with these orange highlights.
Yeah, because I need a nice, good space to build. Because I need to build the frame.
This is it's a totally enclosed area that you can sit there. Like I said, you'll lose a lot of time in there because you can sit in there and build. And then you can test inside there. It's got a test environment that you can pull up the test, and you can test your ship out before you even do anything. And then it'll give you a materials list and tell exactly what you need to build it and how many credits you're going to need to build it.
Oh, I don't have all the building comments yet.
You'll have
I'll
to
show you
the
the SSC here. Come over by this panel.
and he could show you the. And like he said, he's got a miner ship you might be able to use and go out mining it. That's the thing. It's not if you're using somebody else's ship list to mine. That's nothing.
There you are. You see me over here behind you?
Until you can get a mining ship of your own built, then that's fine.
Brick! Flying brick!
Yeah. So
What
this
the
far
fuck?
left panel, if you hit start editing group, that'll.
Oh, sorry.
Is he having trouble flying away?
Well, no, I'm trying to get this thing out of my damn hand. I don't want anything in my hand.
Oh,
Trying
you
to
can
put it
open
away.
your inventory and clear There's stuff.
Yeah, you gotta clear space for your thing in the back, in your backpack for it. If your have room in your backpack, that happens.
Oh yeah, that explains it.
But it happens with the pickaxe. You take and clear a two square spot out for the pickaxe to sit. Well, if you want to put the pickaxe away.
And you can double click them if you want to move them quickly.
I mean, I have ship parts in my inventory that need to go in things. So.
Yeah, it'll auto put them in there. Sure.
Really irritating to have to have that in the way.
Yeah. So if you hit start editing group, that'll teleport you into the SSC, which is a whole another ball of wax.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's.
And so this is the main design
This is
place.
This is college, man. This is
This is
EVE Online,
like
bro.
SolidWorks, Autodesk,
That's
CAD
running out,
program
running
levels.
CAD. Yep.
So, I would say go up to. Oh, I didn't join your session. I joined my own one. So.
Let's see.
I don't have to worry
if you
about
go up to
landing gear.
file,
Okay, I'm gonna use the
there's
edge.
gonna be open like pre-made or something like that. Let me join your session so I can see what I'm actually doing here.
Well, first we need bars. Bars. Something that
Yeah, if you want, you can open, just to take a look at some of the parts, you can go to file and open pre-made blueprint, and you can open just like a labor or something just to see what, and then if you want, I could give you a quick description of what you'll need, or you can just jump right in and start building the frame, either way. If you do want to do the frame, yeah, you just go to the asset browser, that window that, well, it says asset browser, and then go to beams. And you've got all the different types of beams. You've got straight beams, corner beams, angled. It's quite intricate. And basically, you just place any of those into the world. You got your mouse wheel to kind of pull it towards you, pull it away.
Right.
And once you place
Will I
it,
be able to like grab the frame at some point, lift it up?
yep, yeah,
Yes.
you'll be able to grab. As soon as you place it in the world, you can pick it up, move it around, do all
What
sorts of things to it.
We're not done. I'm saying like if the beam's attached to other stuff, like can I move one up? Like if I'm building the frame and I need to move it above the ground, can I do that? Can I move the entire frame?
Yep. Yeah, you can
Yes.
select multiple things or unselect certain
Oh, the
things.
whole thing,
Yeah.
the whole thing. You can select the whole thing and move the whole thing, or it's separate pieces. Just exactly what he said.
Yeah, and I would just, you'll see a gimbal in the very middle of the cube, kind of a little, that shows the axes. I would say kind of build it around there, because you'll kind of want to build it in the center of the blue cube, not so much on the floor. Oh, I see your head. I see your little head. You'll be able to see my head flying around too.
Hello, I rotate this.
It's a hold down right mouse button to look around, or you can hit tab, and it'll turn you into kind of the mode you are in game, where your cursor is locked, and you can look around. And then it's WS to go forward and back. There's not really an up and down, so you kind of have to just look down and move down.
Alright, so I'm trying to rotate the. I want to rotate the beam. Okay.
So there's a couple options for that. There is a rotate tool in your toolbox down there, or and so that's one way you can rotate things. Or you can hold the different axes like X, Y, and Z. You can hold that and spin, move your mouse left and right, and that'll rotate it as well.
Yeah, like
Or
you
you can
said,
just
like you said,
tap
it's
the X or
learning. You
the
have to
Y
learn.
and Z, and that'll do
CAD
it like a
system,
90-degree
CAD.
rotation. If you see the beam I put up above you, that's kind of like the center of the area.
I tell you what, if this hangar can't friggin' hold a friggin', after I get done with it, if it can't hold a ship, I'm gonna be pissed.
This is Okay, so starting, I'm going to need to build... Okay, so the main part I'm going to be building at the beginning is when I'm starting from the back. That's the easiest and biggest part of the ship, right? So that'll let me gauge the rest of the size of the ship. So, because you can see it looks kind of like a wedge. Basically, let me see if I can get a better... Ah, here we go. Here's like a...
Let's get Velcade. Okay. I'll come back in and get more Velcade.
Here we go. Yeah,
I'm
here,
going to be busy laying the floor of my hangar.
Here you go. So, like this, to give you an idea, it's got like a frisbee. It's smaller on the outside, and then I'm going to be building this first, like the bottom line, and then I'll use the thing to make the frame of the back, and then I'll go from there. And it's going to have a lot of thrusters, so it's going to be kind of big.
That ship was there. I think it was already done inside of the. So.
Yeah, but it's the one I want to use to start. So, because if not, I'm going to build a fucking brick, and I don't want to build a brick.
Sleek ships in this are a pain in the butt to build.
Oh
Anything
shit!
that's not boxy or breaking in this game is a pain in the ass to build. Just to let you know that.
It's not going to look
This
pretty.
game's all about the brick. This game's all about the brick.
Okay, so what I'm trying to figure out real quick is, should I build it with beams? Like, okay, so is this beam like 1 square in width? Like, if
I placed a ore cube above you. You can kind of see this. I like to use ore cubes as kind of a measurement tool, since I like the most recognizable.
Trying to get a size idea. So,
you'll see
2.
Everything is.
So the answer is 2.
Yeah.
Roughly 1.5. 2.
Everything's labeled with centimeters, and they're all kind of, the smallest unit is kind of 12 centimeters. You'll notice like a beam, I believe, is 12 centimeters wide. So pretty much
the reason I bring it up is
12 centimeters.
I should probably, how do I delete this?
You can just highlight it and just hit delete.
Use your delete key. Highlight and use your delete.
God, it's like fucking the Autodesk all over again.
Yep.
Okay, so I need to... Sorry, I'm trying to find... Here's the thing. I'm trying to figure out if I want to just make the frame, because...
You have to make a frame.
I know.
You have to make a frame for the ship to work.
I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to say. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out if I want to make the frame as a full piece and then add like edges on it, like the square pieces, the tri-beam fucking segment, the corners. I'm trying to figure out if I want to do a beam and then a corner and then a beam, or if I want to do a beam and a beam and then I'll add the corners in later.
I would say maybe do the corners as well. I have found that it's kind of easiest to design in kind of reams, essentially, because the beams need to be kind of coherent pieces. So like if you make one ream that kind of represents the back part of that ship, the profile of that back part, and then attach the other reams to kind of act as the other faces of the ship. That seems to kind of be, at least to me, the most logical way to do it. Because if your ship isn't like 45 degrees or 35 or 30 degree angles, it's kind of hard to get the angles right unless you've got just like one face and you
well, yeah, because I was thinking, because I'm going to have to bolt stuff onto it, so it's going to have to be a frame. I was trying to figure out like how I wanted to build it.
Yeah, and you're at that catch-22 point where it's like you don't know enough about it to know how to the best way to approach it, but at the same time, That's the whole
Yeah,
point of doing it.
like
So
I
it's
said, you need to take him around.
it's
You
just
take
a
him around.
pain.
You need to take him around to the ship halls and let him look at some of the ships that are in the game, so you can get an idea of what you can make in the game and not. Because that's what gives you your best idea
yeah.
of how to design stuff. Because see what the limitations of the game already is, you can say, well, that's how they built that. Okay, I can put that design into my design. Just not copying
Yeah,
somebody
but
else's.
teach their own. I learned mainly this way as well, just trying things out. So either way works. Trial by fire.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you can, as soon as you place something
And
down, you
the
can
way
like
the-
copy it and all that. So feel free to just
the way
build stuff,
the way
and then
he's doing-
you'll be able to like duplicate all sorts of things and stuff. So that's usually
Yeah,
the
when
easiest
you're-
way, is kind of making a system that you'll be able to like make a pattern of to copy and paste a kind of style of image.
like I said, and the way he's the ship designer, that'll take at least a couple days to build one ship.
Well, I
Trying
have to
build a ship
start.
in a day is not.
I have to start the back end.
Yeah, this is more just a learning experience. Yeah.
I have to build the back end, and I have to build thrusters in it, and the storage is going to be like midway through the ship, and the components are going to be around that. Because if I try to build the storage on the outside, it'll cause the ship to be shit. So it's going to be a fairly big ship, but because I'm going to need to fit all the storage in there. So I'm not sure exactly, because I can't get a grasp of how fucking big this is, because I'm not standing next to it, you know?
If you hit F5, you will enter into, well, a testing mode, essentially. And you will be standing next to it. The floor won't have any physics, so you won't be able to stand on the floor, but you'll be able to move around the object.
Yeah. So okay, this is the size that I want it. No.
That. Oh wait, as soon as you leave test mode, it'll reset.
Yeah, you didn't weld anything together. Everything's got to be together for it to stay together.
Yeah, I love that test mode. You can hit it at any time, blow your ship up, and undo it.
That
You're good.
nearly made me shit myself. Ugh.
Speaking of which, this is a really fun place to like just test out like weapon, like its ability to like pierce things and stuff. You can just set up a little scene and test
you can also
items out.
you can
blow
also
shit
test
up, blow
yellow in
shit
there
up
too.
just for fun. Fire some
You
torpedoes.
can test yellow script in there and everything else too. So because he put a material point scanner on in Easy Build, and he was like, "How does this work?" And it's like, "Well, that's got to have a YOLO script and a screen for it to work." That's just how they work.
Does anyone know exactly what the intersection's called that has a flat on one side? It's a four-cornered intersection, but one side's flat.
Yeah, it is the third. It's either the third one down, or no, it's not the third one. It is the fifth one. Yeah, the E one. You can kind of tell by the images; they're kind of small, but
Because I need one side flat.
yeah, I think it's that fifth one down. And then just make sure to rotate it.
Okay, so it needs so flat on one side and nothing on the bottom.
It'll be E. If you want a whole bunch of ones except for one side.
Oh no, well I want one side flat. Because I'm not going to build down.
That'll be,
I'm not going to build down.
yeah,
so
that'll be E.
Yeah.
There it is. It was D. It was D. Sorry, I was bad at explaining.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, because this is the back of the ship. It's not going to be I'm not going to be building outward away from itself. So I need it to be flat on one side Do I have the ability to move forward or towards me and up? Basically. Okay, good.
Yeah, for all of the
That's the
intersections,
thing
there's basically like 3 versions. There's these 3 versions. One of them's just a single cube. The other one is a single cube with 12 or 6 centimeters of stuff sticking out, the one you placed. And then there's another one that is the far one that is a full 24 centimeters. You can kind of, just by staring at that, you can kind of see what that length of that most basic distance is that they use in this game. Which is basically half of a beam width. Half a beam width is kind of the smallest unit they use, essentially. So throughout your beam adventure, you'll have quite a lot of control over different corners you want to use and stuff. Or you don't even have to use corners. You can just put beams on beams. You can be a heretic.
Yeah, beams on.
Surprisingly enough, all of this is based off proximity. There are like snapping points, but they have nothing. It's not like a game that's based on nodes, essentially, where you snap one node to another node. It's actually all just proximity. So literally, you can just manually move them like in close to them and weld them and bolt things and all that. Like there's no correct node-based way to attach things, which is pretty impressive when you think about the physics engine that would have to go into that.
Okay, now I'm making.
Yeah, it's
I know it's gonna
weird,
take
but it
more
does
than
not
100.
feel clunky. Which is odd most of the time.
Mhm. So since what you're doing is basically repeating a pattern, I'll show you a really cool trick, which is if you highlight 2 of the things you want to...
You have to hold shift to highlight multiple.
Yes, click one and then hold shift, and you can keep clicking. If you hold control, you can unclick one of those, remove it from the selection, essentially, and then once you've selected, or have selected the thing you want to duplicate, if you're in the move tool in your toolbox, which is the far left tool, which is 1 in your hotkeys, you can hold shift and then grab any of those arrows, those gimbals, and just move it, and it'll duplicate it.
How do you
instead
make
of
a
moving
copy?
it. So if you're holding shift, it'll duplicate it. If any of that made sense.
I need caffeine.
Right.
I need caffeine.
A lot.
I'm building a ship from the ground up. I'm building the Sidewinder from Elite Dangerous. In the game. Oh god. Dr. Pepper.
Ooh, Dr. Pecker.
I need something with caffeine because my brain is. Oh, holy shit! Case. That's the case. Ah, it didn't break. Ah, the fucking. You know what? Never mind.
Okay, you spit.
No, I hit the
Okay.
can. I hit the fucking can. I didn't hit the gap of the box. I hit the fucking can. Ow.
Push through it.
Ah,
So you
Ow.
my finger's numb.
first. You used to that for once.
Ugh. Thank you. Yeah, my ship basically broke. I came to add something to it, and it broke. So I went from, yeah, I'm just gonna grab shit today and I'm gonna get ready to build something tomorrow, to, well, time to pull apart the ship, time to build a new ship, fuck me. I honestly
Yeah,
don't,
that's what it's like sometimes.
I don't know. So, okay, so once I have the highlighted, Control C, Control V,
That might work, actually. I've never tried that. But no, I was more talking about if you have the move tool selected in your toolbox on the bottom of your screen there, which is basically just like, oh, just move stuff around tool. But if you hold shift while moving stuff around, it'll duplicate it.
oh, okay. Yeah, okay.
And I'm gonna need what? More Mark.
You, sir, are a saint. This is so
more
much better. Oh my god.
More Velkite.
Is the blue area the limit of the build area?
Yep.
Yes.
Good, this is the biggest part of the ship and I can use that as a measure. Just not gonna... I'm not gonna go out any further, because I don't want to risk it not being able to work properly. Because I need to save some space to allow this to... Okay, now I have to count my segments because it needs to be probably an even or odd number. 1, 2, 4, 5. 2, 6, 7, 14, and about 3 away from the wall, so 4. There we go. Alright, now I can start the vertical movement of the ship, which is going to be... Honestly, it's probably just going to be one of these, and then a vent angle, so I'm just going to... That copy-paste feature is going to save a lot of fucking time. Okay, now I need a curved beam at an angle to the left and right. So it needs to be a slight beam that goes up at an angle. Special beams.
Yeah, those will be in special beams, yeah. And they've got 30 and 45 and 15 degree ones. They've got 3 different 30 degrees, which are really kind of annoying. I would just use the symmetrical version.
Oh, wow, actually I'm not sure. 30 degrees or 45 degrees is really... Depends on how I want the back end to look. Because it's going to be a... What? I don't know what that shape is called. It's kind of like an oval, but it's got points at the ends.
Yeah.
It's like the piece that goes into threading machines with that wooden piece with the sharp edges. It's like that. It looks like that. That's what the back's going to look like. It's going to be like a slightly rounded rectangle. Or that rectangle with pointed edges.
What was the name of the ship
Sidewinder.
again?
Yep. Oh, here, let me. It's on my stream here. I got a picture of the back end.
I was going to bring it up, yeah, on my computer as well. Yeah.
Let's see if we can get it at the back. Right. Yeah, here's a basic. There we go. Still doesn't show the back properly. There we go. Here's one. Here's a gridded version of the back.
Okay.
Yeah, see.
So kind of, yeah, it's almost like a really like a 15 degree, and then it just goes straight up, and then like a 30 degree incline going into the.
Here we go.
top.
See? Yeah. So basically, instead of making it like small like this, I'm gonna make it squared, and then put like basically I'm just gonna make the middle bigger, longer, basically. Make the middle longer.
Gotcha.
So I think that's about a 30 degree angle. What would you say?
I feel like I feel like that side is a 30 degree.
Not quite a 45.
I guess you could also make it 15, but either way.
I'll start with 15. That's a good way to start. Yeah.
And here's one of those thrusters you put on your laborer, just so you can kind of get a sense of scale. So your laborer is only about, I think, 5 of these thrusters wide.
This thing's gonna have
idea
a
of
lot
how
of
big this
thrusters. This ship's gonna be big because it needs the space for thrusters and storage.
Perfect.
At least that's the plan. That's my intention. It's gonna be pretty fucking big. Okay, so now I need to. Does the beam auto snap at an angle, or?
Yes. It's all based on like proximity, so if you rotate it, kind of match up, it'll.
Oh,
if
cool.
you hold down the angle, you can give it a more,
Damn it.
refined angle. If it's not letting you, if like holding, for instance, if you hold X and move your mouse left and right, if it's not rotating at anything less than 90 degrees, then you might have to switch to your rotate tool, and then there's an option to change the angle it rotates at. It should rotate at 15-degree increments, but we'll see. And if it doesn't perfectly line up, just place it, and then you can move it once it's there, because that's, in my opinion, a lot easier to make things line up. Is just to place it and then to move it to nudge it, essentially.
Getting like.
So yeah, as soon as it just gets the angle you want, just place it, and then you can nudge it into the correct spot.
Oh. Alright, so far so good. Now I need... should it go straight or should I just add in another angle?
If you have a 15-degree, then that means you'll need another 15, and then what? A 30 as well? No. What was it? Because you wanna have it equal 90 degrees overall, so you get that straight up and down.
Well, I have a 15 and a 15 now, so...
Yeah, 15...
If I do a 15 and a 30? That'll be
Could
45.
I
can just do another
you could
45.
do a 90. You could do a 90 degree and then have a 15 kind of offset it, like.
Well, it only goes up to 45 degrees, so right now I have 15 degrees.
Yeah, meaning just with a good old the thing I just placed here. You could do something like this if you wanted a little bit of a little point to it.
Yeah.
Or you can have
Oh, I was
more of the curved.
I'm kind of weird. I was going to go out one more beam and then do that. That's why I was kind of...
Yeah, you can just grab it and move it to the side.
So what do you think? 15 and then that? That'll be 30 degrees. 15 that'll be 30 degrees. Oh. Then we could do... brain. Brain work, please. Brain. Brain's like, no, I fucking retired. Screw you.
I'm done for today.
I wasn't ready for college courses. There we go. I think that's, yeah, okay. Now
Yeah, 230s would be, yeah, so yeah, doing 230s like the one I just placed would also work.
Yeah, the rounded edge is nicer looking.
Yeah, that should be perfectly straight up, yeah.
But now I just have to make a duplicate of that and flip it. But not yet, because I need to make it go vertical some. So need to get it up there though. this one, this one. Grab
And
that.
you can also highlight things by creating a box, just like you would any other program as well. You can just make a selection box.
How do I rotate this?
You can hit. I would hit just like Y or something. Just tap it, and it should rotate by 90 degrees. Or you can, you can use the rotate tool.
Wow. Should be. It should snap now.
I'm gonna have to build some more of those.
Thank God the system isn't like fucking
Those
curl
ones-
built like arc snapping. 'Cause arc snapping is
Arc or Atlas.
uh,
Atlas snapping is too.
there we go. Well, that bottom part's done. Mountain. Perfect.
Let me go.
It's gonna be a big bitch. Alright, sweet. It does have a even thing. Still be back. See? Told you.
I just make sure my voice was working. Nice. Starting with a good thing there.
He's in
It's
there.
gonna be a project though. It's gonna be a project.
Passion project.
Ooh, actually, yeah. No. I don't know if this is going to be a nightmare or not, but I was thinking of, on the frame itself, putting like a hard, angle on the beam. Let me, it's not really for anything normal, just for show. Oh. Okay. There we go. I was thinking about putting like this, and then doing basically I want to make a divot, like a straight line and then a corner divot inward.
Like
like that shape, basically. I want that shape, but I want it straight. I want it to be straight and then divot that way, just as the midpoint, you know. That's
straight.
Yeah. So like, it's gonna be like that divot is gonna be the tail. So I need kind of like a Y bracket there.
Oh, kind of something like that kind of thing.
How do I? Oh, here. Good idea.
$39.
Check out my stream real quick.
Yeah.
Oh.
This. Oh yeah, I can start putting those things up. Why those other things are being made? I put them in my thing down here.
So like, say
And then
this
I
is
can make a bunch
the.
of these up.
The vertical.
Okay, no, JH.
I want to do this.
Okay, so on the vertical part, just have
Yeah.
a little notch.
Yeah, the notch is
Okay,
gonna
yeah,
be
that-
like, yeah, it's gonna be the segment that says
What
this
am
is
I
the
adding,
middle,
Chardonium
like
or...
the middle of the back of the ship, the lateral
Okay.
middle.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
should be fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna char.
So I need to see if there's a Y bracket, like a Y
More
beam,
Chardonium.
because that would be the easiest way to do it, right? Would be
Oh, I see
Y-
what you're saying. Yeah. There isn't any Y beams, but we could make that work with.
We might have to
could
like
have just
make.
2 of the 30 degrees stacked on top of each other. It means everything will be offset by 1 beam's width, but that's also not the end of the world either. So we could do something like this, or you could do, if you wanted it perfectly centered. Well, either way, it won't be perfectly centered, actually.
For these,
So you could do that, or you could just do a 90 degree and then have a custom weld.
then you put top piece.
So I think those are kind of your 2 options, because there is a way to kind of force these things to work, so you could have just you could just have something just manually done like that. Or if you don't need that beam going out, you can just have a 90 degree beam and you're good.
Because like I'm weirded out about the spacing. I'm not sure how I want to do it. You know. Of course, I could do it as we could do it as this. It'll look like that on the outside. What if we just here? What if we do this? What if we just do this?
Whoa.
Would that
That's
fit?
gonna.
You can certainly do it that way. It'll just double the weight of that, since now you've got 2 beams instead of 1 beam. But other than that, yeah, there's no reason to not do that way.
That's the only way that I can think of it right now with what we have. Because the only other alternative is to use a few angled beams, but then we wouldn't have it to angle properly. What is that? Why does it have a little corner on it?
That's just a normal 90 degree corner that I just put in there and just didn't have it snap.
Just to get an idea.
So what you can do, the reason I was doing that was because there is a way to manually weld those together, so they don't have to perfectly align in that way. It's kind of finicky, but if you got to do what you got to do.
Right.
If up on the top bar, you can turn off like the snapping, and you can change like the transform angle, whether it's like local or global, all that jazz. There's a bunch of shit up on top that'll help you control your settings just like a regular CAD program.
The alternative is I could do like a square in a way. I could like just angle that, like that angle on the thing right now, angle it straight horizontal, right? And then further inward, like 2 or 3 beams in, corner it off upward and then round it back. So it would look like I don't know how I can actually get this sitting properly, but it would basically look like you basically connect like that. I would just have to this one? Like that. Like have it go in a little bit and then corner back out, and then that be the next.
Also, just have a big notch in it going in.
Yeah,
Kind of thing.
like a
Yeah,
one notch. Just like
I'm assuming you're gonna like extrude this whole kind of profile forward so that it goes forward a little bit, right? Like have plate work that follows this profile and extrudes forward, kind of a thing. Is that what you're thinking?
yeah, I was gonna take the angle on the side here, make it a straight angle, and then attach that I guess you could call that a corner. Attach the corner to it, and then build the other, like basically just as a kind of like as a design, not as necessarily something functional. It's just something to like
Sure.
divot in the area in between.
That's whatever you want to do.
I think this is easier to mess with than that corner. The corner could work, but it also can the ass.
You're talking about like doing something where this is kind of what you're talking about, where you have the 45-degree angle going into that slot that you're talking about, and then
Yeah.
having the other. Okay. Yeah, that should be fine.
But I don't know how far away I am. Oh, no. And like that, and then we just copy it and flip. Yeah. See,
Yeah,
it'll get the same function.
Do that.
It'll get the same function done, but it'll be a lot more structurally sound thing.
I think the other one would be actually more structurally sound, but either way is fine. The only downside with this is it's such a small gap that you won't even be able to see it once you get the plates in there, because that's only like this is the size of your head probably.
Yeah, but it keeps the spacing. I'm trying to.
The spacing. That's enough.
And another thing you gotta remember about your ship too is robots don't need oxygen. You don't need to encapsulate everything inside of your ship to keep it airtight because you don't need to breathe. So you don't need to go like everything's like welded and everything is all the seams are all seamless and everything else. You don't need none of that because this game you don't have none of that in this game.
If you're worried about the
don't need
spacing, I would say don't worry too much about that profile because it's pretty much already kind of impossible to line things up with it completely. Instead, I would say let me build a grid real quick just to show the point I'm trying to make here.
Because it just needs to be wide enough to have thrusters and other stuff in it.
See, that's when you actually build the frame around the thruster, so you can know exactly what the space you need for it. And that's the great thing about SEC, so you can build everything in SEC that you can't build.
Well, I'm going to be putting a lot of thrusters.
It doesn't have. Like I said, you can build something with tier 3 thrusters and everything else on it inside the SEC, then build it yourself as long as you have the materials without having to know any of the recipes.
So if you look over at what I did over here, if you're worried about spacing, I would say kind of keep to a coherent grid shape, and then just don't even worry about that outside profile, and then just once you've filled in your main like grid will be what you attach things to, and then that outside profile will be what you
Yeah, it's kind of a design
use
choice.
as a shell. Essentially, you just use it as a shell, and you don't even worry about getting it to align too much with the inside grid, because it's going to be almost impossible to do so. Or you can do the other option of not going by the grid and just attaching things to that profile, in which case everything, your thrusters, all of that will follow that profile. And that's another option. Just to get.
Oh, don't.
I guess what I'm trying to say is to get that profile. To get that profile to align with, like, quantized units will be almost impossible.
Yeah. But I just want to make sure it has a good structure. Like, not good.
Oh, sure. The beams are pretty dang sturdy. You can be pretty flamboyant with it, and it's pretty sturdy.
So,
reason.
I'm not trying to be rude. I'm going to delete some of these real quick, because I'm literally just going to copy and flip. Make it easy.
I was just using it as an example, so yeah.
There's also the with your inside the editor too. You can use the structure.
No, you don't have to delete that.
You can use the structure tool, the durability tool, and you can use the thing where it shows you where all the stresses are on the beams and stuff too.
So I'm literally just going to copy and flip. Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, if you want, you can just finish one side here. You can just focus on one side, and once you get it once you're happy with it, you can just copy the finished
both of those,
side.
I need more tritium. I need to go out tritium hunting.
I figured that would be easier. You know, make one side and flip it.
I'm already connected to that. To my good shit.
And
hey, Hayward, you got a station on safe zone somewhere?
Oh yeah, I've got multiple.
Oh, just in the safe zones or out? You got any out of the safe zones yet?
Yeah, I've got one in the safe zone and quite a few out in the, probably about 7 outside of the safe zone. Well, it's some of them are mine and like personally, and some of them are my corporation that I've kind of spearheaded.
At companies or?
But yeah, most are under my
because
name.
basically it does take a company to take and build anything outside of the safe zone.
Yeah, most of them aren't built up. They're
stuff.
just literally cubes that we use as storage waypoints and areas of operation. There's only about 2 that I would say I've actually like built stuff on, made them look good.
Yeah, because I'm working on my end safe.
I figured that the Sidewinder would be the easiest thing to build. It's still complicated, but it's still the easier of all of the ones that I want. I'm a little bit of a masochist, I guess.
And you're playing the right game.
Well, I mean, the game I have the most time in is art, and that's basically, yeah, that's Need I say more? The only thing that I could do that
Should
would
be
be
the
worse than
tagline.
Arc would be Rust.
Starbase. Design masochism.
Elite
Mhm.
Dangerous. Masochist's Playground.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's
Wait.
a nice piece.
I think
That's
that's...
a nice chunk.
Yep,
How many
okay.
tons is this?
Now, just to save you
how
headache
how
in the
many
future,
stacks?
if you want to use kind of a grid system like this as like your base unit, just to let you know, this size won't really align with the cargo traits at all, which is fine, but it's just something you might want to think about if you want to.
Well, it just needs to have a lot of space
Stick
for
with
cargo
it.
crates.
Stack.
So if it's offset, that's fine.
Okay.
It just needs, like,
Then
my
we're
goal
good.
is to make sure it would be big enough to fit a lot of supply crates, a lot of thrusters, because it's primarily what it's going to have. It's going to be a miner and flyer ship, so it needs to
Okay.
have that space for stuff. So I'm kind of a little bit loose with it.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
That's the thing. If you're using all cargo things, you can basically make it a same. Cargo crates are cargo crate size. If you're trying to make a hauler that'll haul asteroids themselves, that's when you need to do the cargo frames and make it a big box ship. That's why you see a bunch of box ships in this.
Thank God. Crop
Because
face.
everybody's building cargo.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's building frame ships to sit there and haul asteroids.
Shit. Damn it. Okay, well, maybe
You don't haul anything with those. You can haul it back to the station and then just drop it off and sell the asteroid.
I really wish I could select all of these again. Damn.
If you look down, let's see, you could probably just look at them head on and just box select all the upper stuff and then just hold shift and select the few little beams you got hanging down on the two sides.
Now, hey,
And then if you accidentally select some of the ones down below, you can just unselect them from the selection, if that makes sense. And when you start getting large things like this, the snapping can be a real pain, so I'll show you another tool once you just get it to the angle you want, and then I'll show you another tool that's quite
Why
nice.
is it not? Why does it keep doing
I
that?
think it's because it's clipping into one of the other beams. You might need to raise it a little bit. It's clipping in the lower beams a little bit. Okay, so now that you've got it at the angle you want, go ahead and keep it selected, but come over to one of these points. Oh, well, yeah, you got it pretty much. But essentially what there is there's a tool in your toolbox down below. It's that one that has like the orange and the blue grid. It's called Snap. And basically what you can do is it'll let you select the exact like snapping point you want to have it snap to and select the other snapping point you want it to snap to. And that way you just force it to snap to the exact snapping point you want instead of hoping it will just by proximity. So when you have large things like that, and when you have really large stuff, the performance of your computer decreases so much that it can't really even snap anymore, so you kind of have to use that tool. So just a heads up if you are trying to force
Okay,
a
so
large
we're
thing to snap.
exactly one. I doubt. Nope. Nope. Okay, so I'll have to go two smaller beams. This one.
Oh yeah, that might not even be possible. Let's see. Because since these are aligned with a whole bunch of curved beams, they might not even line up at all. Let's see.
Well, I mean, I'm thinking about
Yeah,
continuing.
they're going to be off by a little bit because since we're using curved beams, it'll be off. So if you want, the middle grid to line up, what you can do is basically have where you basically made that notch in the profile. You can have that be the thing that's offset a little bit, and then have you just hide it with some plates or something. Because you'll need to have a little bit of offset somewhere, because you can't really have a curved profile align with a straight profile easily. So it's kind of your decision of where you want that misalignment to be. I would suggest doing it in the curved part, because it's already curved and organic looking, so it's kind of okay to have a misalignment there. So either way is your decision. If you want me to show what I'm talking about, I can show you.
Thinking about something real quick.
Sure.
It might work.
That's the fun
Maybe.
of this.
You want to come check it
As
out?
you tinker, you try things.
Yep, exactly. That's how you learn anything
Yeah.
in this. You just screw around with stuff and figure out how it works. This game doesn't hold your hand. They'll hold your hand. They'll hold your hand at first, then they say, "Oh, you're in the deep end now."
Yeah, they just push you in.
Yeah,
They don't hold your hand. They just are like, okay, time to swim. Get you in.
That's my dad taught me how to swim. But
Nice.
he put some floaters on our arms and threw us in the water to swim. Because he knew that the best way to learn to swim would be to actually learn it ourselves. And I mean, that was just him being kind of jokey, because he did actually help us learn how to swim. But that's how it started, because he wanted to make sure we weren't like afraid or anything. There's all kinds of bad measures here. Fuck.
Yeah, that's the misalignment I'm talking about.
Wait. Oh, because the derp. Yep.
So what I was kind of saying is you could have...
We could have a small bar and then a... Like, this could just be flat. Well...
Because basically what I was thinking was you could have...
figure out a way to attach that.
If you ever really want it to attach, like that's close enough that what you can do is use this other tool that they actually only added recently, but there's a way you can force those to weld to each other with something called a weld block. It just kind of gives you like a little block beam that's able to clip through other beams, and it'll let you weld those two together.
I mean, do we just want to, like, ignore that? Like, we could just ignore this bracket and then just build in the gap that's in between. But
Yeah,
the thing is, like, do we have enough space
Let
for
me
that?
try something real quick. Because I was thinking just get rid of the two things you have there, and then lower this whole thing.
This the tallest, right? Well, let me see. What's the wait. We got a 24 in centimeter, 30 centimeter. Oh, wait. Might be able to. Hold on. Will that work?
No, I mean you can make it work if you want. It won't align perfectly because once again we're going off of that curved profile on the outside. So in order for it to truly align, we'll have to basically move these guys out. Okay, now I can grab this whole thing here. And now we can have... Actually, yeah, go ahead and throw in like a 24 centimeter in there, or like a 48. I'm not sure what.
This one's is the one I currently have is a 36, but it's not like it's not snapping in. It's being weird.
Yeah, Yeah, it won't because it's got the offset. Go ahead and delete that real quick, and I'll put this
We could do 224s.
down.
That should work.
Go down, select those. No, because it's always going to be offset because of the one set. Okay, so this will have it perfectly aligned. And then what you'll have is the offset be out on these leading edges, if that kind of makes sense. So you're basically kind of picking and choosing where you want your offset to be. So here it'll be the offset you'll have to manage it where these two meet up, as opposed to the middle. So it's just kind of your choice of whether you want to have that offset be off a little bit on those vertical beams that we were just messing with, or on that profile on the
Well, do we have a
edge that you were making before.
smaller?
Grease charge, please.
So what we could do is either we could make the
70.
two verticals a little
Here,
smaller.
we could use this one. This angle's shallower.
Oh yeah, if you want. It's your artistic decision of what angle you want for that notch there.
Because I think like this one would still get the notch, but it's a different angle, so it would fit better. Don't you think? The small one. It's the smaller
Either
one.
way, it'll be both of them won't align perfectly, so it's just your decision of. I feel like the 45-degree angle would be more dramatic and look cooler,
Yeah.
but
I agree.
But yeah, neither of them will align perfectly. So I was
So-
thinking of just decreasing the size of those two verticals. And now that is more or less what we had, except that the distance between these two won't be perfect. You'll see that, okay, so this is a great example. Now you can see that that offset is now there in the
In
where those two,
frame, yeah. So we can
So-
use two.
which is a lot less noticeable in that area.
Yeah, and we could use two of the T pieces, and then one of the two of the T piece post intersections, and then one of like the really tiny like 24 thing in between it, 24 beam,
Shoot, start.
Mhm.
I got.
and that
Or
will.
yeah, you could have it just meet up with a vertical like this too.
Oh yeah.
And something like that would work too.
My main concern is how we're gonna. Oh well, yeah, that fits perfectly. But let me get this set quick. It's the same thing I did.
Beat you to it.
Thanks for the help, by the way.
Oh, definitely.
It's turning out really nice so far. Yeah, that gives it more stability too, because there's more points of contact. I like that.
Yeah, this designer has taken up most of my hours in this game.
Oh, that remind. We might have to adjust this. But the these pieces right here, we may have to make it to where they're where they don't have they're just like a 3-piece intersection. I mean,
Yeah, you can always. What's nice about those is, yeah, you can always just go and replace those down the road.
Yeah.
In fact, you could probably just leave them the way they are until like towards the end of your design, because you might change your mind down the road, and in which case you'd have to undo it at the end.
Ah, well, no, here we go. See, I got it over here.
Okay.
So. I do have one question. How can I make sure that this is saved so I don't progress?
It auto saves, but you can always go up to File in the upper left, and then just say Save, and it'll give you a dialogue for giving it a name and stuff, and you just do that. Make sure you're not. It's a weird dialogue because it also has a filter in it as well, and I've typed the name of the blueprint into the filter so many times and wondered what was going on. But so yeah, you just go up to File and Save, and it also has a Save As well. So if you want to save the current version as a separate blueprint, you can always do that too, just like you would any other file management things. There's also modules in this too, so if like you design, like say a thruster section that you liked that's very modular that you would be able to like duplicate in other ships or something like that, you can always select everything you want and then group it as a module and then just save that module as a piece that then you can import into other ships and stuff like that, other ships of your design. Or just copy and paste it. So like if you have a section that you're gonna be selecting a lot, and you don't want to have to select it over and over and over again, you can just turn it into a module. That way you can just select the whole thing all the time. So yeah, it's got quite a lot of robust systems. The only thing it doesn't have is a mirror system. Yeah, there isn't a mirroring thing that automatically mirrors it.
Alright, so here's the one part that's going to be kind of weird. If you could help me. I'm adjusting these because there's no point to have a beam sticking out the back of the ship. So I made these four right here. If you could delete the other ones, and I'll just move to the right.
I come back on, delete and base.
Which side? The side that you're currently occupying, is that the side you want to be the back or the front?
Yeah, the side with the boxes.
Then go ahead and flip it over because there's actually a fixed direction as to which way is the front. If you ever forget, there's a little indicator that you can turn on your top bar. It's the one that looks like two diamonds kind of at an angle. And you can turn that on and it'll show you where the front of the ship will be facing. But basically you just have it backwards at the moment.
Alright, so...
So you can literally just hit Y twice to rotate it.
So I'm just gonna... Oh, they're up top. I fixed this one's edges, so I'm gonna replace those.
Nice.
So far, so good. That's done. And one. Once I get these into the slot, I'll just copy it over.
Strider says hi, by the way.
Oh, sorry, Schrader. I'm absorbed into this, but hello, how are you today? Alright, see the corners over here, the sides? On this side at least, on the right side. I put on the correct corners so there's no piece. And so now
Sure.
I just need to take all of these with the oh, wrong one. Sorry, we need to- this one. That's it. Where are you? Oh, I just.
I will warn you that once you start kind of having the angles start curving in, like how it is on that ship, it's going to be a real pain, because making tubular type things is quite easy, like having this shape that you've made right now and making it have depth to it. That looks really good and is really easy to do, but once you start having it kind of start tapering in, oh boy.
It's probably. It's honestly
pain.
probably going to be. It's probably going to be like more squared, and then it's gonna. Imagine it as like two pieces being together instead of one piece folding slowly forward. That'll probably be the way I do it, just to make it easier to deal with, because
Mhm.
you know the paneling can make it look curved. The frame doesn't necessarily. It just needs to rough out, kind of like.
Yeah, the frame, yeah, it should be pretty easy. That you can do a lot. It's that paneling that is a real pain. You'll have a lot of kind of serrated edges that don't line up completely.
Okay, I can't find this piece, this intersection. It's the one that's flat, goes left, right, towards you, and up.
So it's got two flat sides or just one flat side?
It's got a flat side on the back end and a flat side underneath.
Okay, so two flat sides. I think that is the fourth one down. D. Where it's like at a 90-degree angle, stock corner.
Yeah, because I just don't. Oh, I don't want it to go back.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's D. D's nuts.
Come on, damn it! Fit the fucking hole, nuts, bitch. Okay. So that's the hard part. Now I can do that.
Wait a minute. I think you're going the wrong direction. Unless you want that outer edge to be facing towards the rear or towards the front.
Damn it. Well, I'm trying to make. I'm not trying. I'm trying to make it to where there's no beams going behind.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah. Flip those bottom ones and you're good.
Wait. Maybe I got mixed up. Okay, so the front of the ship is going. Wow.
If you
I had
look
it
out the window,
backwards
it's kind
again.
of open space. Here. area.
Yeah, I got lost in it.
All the others are good, it's just those two bottom ones. And I flipped them for you.
Yeah. So now we just have to copy paste that one over and over again. Sure you weld it all together? Yeah, right? Oh, be a sad, sad day.
Oh, the welding? In fact, it's just a one-button clip if you want to do it, just for satisfaction purposes.
Where's the save button again for manual saves?
File save. So in the upper left, there's a traditional like file selection settings, kind of like you would in a regular program. And you just go to File and Save.
Oh, wow. That's, yeah, it's because the Discord is overlaying it.
I gotcha.
Let's save the Sidewinder. Because the back's going to be like the biggest pain in the ass to get. It's the biggest part of the ship. And it's the most weirdly shaped. Once this is all moved, we don't have the brackets facing outward anymore, then I can just slide it to the back so we don't get confused in the direction. I'm half out of it, honestly. I don't know anyone else that would have the patience to do this shit. So thank you.
Yeah, you betcha. Actually, it might be just easier. Yeah.
We're apparently gonna have to come out to look at our internet because our Wi-Fi keeps dropping. So at some point I might have to save and then come back after a bit. I really don't want to. I want to keep doing this as much done as possible. I'm one of those weird people that just wants to get as much done and doesn't care how long it takes compared to other people. Oh no, I need a break. And I'm like, no. A break is when you're done, motherfucker.
Yeah.
A break is when you're done.
Yeah, what's nice is you should still be able to use, like if you're actively designing a ship and you lose internet, it'll tell you, oh, you've lost connection to the server, but you should be able to continue working on your ship and then even save it and close the game, and it should be fine. What happens is it just saves locally, and then next time you're on, it'll try to sync with the cloud.
Go to the back frame. It's finally done. Wait,
Sweet.
all of it. Over here that are
And when you save and reopen the blueprint, you might find it auto-center it, essentially, so don't be surprised if you find your ship like in a different place than when you left it, because it'll kind of just center it by center of mass, so if you ever need like more space, you can always just close it and reopen it to get it to recenter.
Yeah.
I'm back. Oh,
Oh, by the way, don't make me have an aneurysm now. Asking me to build stuff. God. You're trying to make me have an aneurysm. I'm just trying to build the first ship I'm gonna have. That's all I've been trying to do. Damn far. Rotate. Yeah, extremely similar. Damn. Uh, there's no angled beams in this game that have multi-angle, that have a build forward, so the edge of the ship is
Yeah, you'll have to just align it,
gonna be,
which is fine. You can still get them to align perfectly. It's just that they won't have the corner pieces.
yeah.
Okay. What were you saying, that there is no angled piece that is forward?
That has a beam going forward. you can't build an angle and have the angle also have a backward thing. You'll have to put it in between.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let me get logged in. Okay. Right password in there. Going in for my 3rd hour. Now, all the time I sit there building, going out and collecting stuff and building parts for my station and putting it down in my station. I'm laying the floor of my hangar. I'm laying the hangar floor now, and then I'll make pieces to go up top around the top of the hangar. And once I get all that put in, then my hangar will come in, back in. It'll come back in, and hopefully I'll have a big enough hangar to take and spawn a ship out of. So I can take and store my ships at my base in my own hangar, and then I can take and make ships out on my station. If you have all the materials and the credits out at my station, you can go into my into my hangar's SSC and make ships out on the station. You don't have to be in at origin. I made a ship out here that's sitting out here in my base that I made at my base. So you're not restricted to only making ships at origin too at an SSC. If you got a hangar out on the base, or a capital ship hangar, you can make cap ships too. Cap ships are made in the SSC hangar too. They got a special cap ship hangar that you can make cap ships, and that's making a gigantic city-sized ship.
Wait, they
Civilian
choose
exploration.
shit goes wrong.
A civilian exploration cap ship is gigantic. It's just used for exploration because you got what they call it's a different movement system in this for cap ships and large ships. It takes days for a cap ship to take and move. It has to spool up its equipment, and it has to spool up like 24 hours before it moves. Is how fast a civilian capital ship can move. A military cap ship takes up to 36 hours for it to spool up, for it to move. So that tells you the scale of this, how the scale of this game is. You got cap ships that are as big as Origin moving around. You're like, what is that, a floating city? No, that's a cap ship. You're like, holy shit. And it's basically, you see Mordor. You see like a Mordor style fucking ship for all the guys just making shit for war, and then they're just attacking friggin' things out in the safe zone. When you get out of the safe zone, you can sit there and attack with your military cap ships. You announce attack, and your attack comes, and you can put
Did I use the
cap ship? Yeah.
Did I use the wrong one? I used the wrong inspector. They're kind of.
No, those look fine.
Haywire.
Yeah.
I seen if you're at 2, I might come out and come drop by 2 again, and I was just gonna see if I can get you on my friends.
Oh sure, yeah.
For in-game and stuff. Yeah, because I got my station out here. As soon as I get this hangar finished, I've got a fuel dump and a tier 1. Right now, I just started to be able to build tier 2 rods. So I'll start making tier 2 rods too and storing them out here. But right now I got a big storage of tier 1 rods, and I got a bunch of propellant already stored out on my base. I make open to if a friend needs to come by and grab some propellant or grab rods and drop his spit rods off. If you bring the materials to my base, I've got a hangar. I got my own hangar I'm building my own hangar with its own SSC that you can make ships out of my hangar. And I've already got another in the safe zone core out at this base here. And if I go further out from this base, I can go like up to another 50 kilometers outside of this base, right where I'm at, and still be within inside of the safe zone. I found an area where I'm still inside the safe zone, but it's far enough away from the whole freaking rest of the origin and stuff, so I can put another base. Safe zone, so I don't have to worry about people attacking my base or anything. I'm going to make another station out there that's going to be a strictly fuel station, fuel and resupply station, and storage for people that are friends of mine or stuff like that that'll have access to it. Because right now I don't have the only people I have access to my transponder are for my station or my friends. That's the only thing I unlocked for the thing, so you could see my station. And from where you guys are, it's 100 and some kilometers away from you guys on Origin 2. It's 54 away from 26. I usually go to 26. Or it's 53 away from Origin 26. Yeah, but I gotta finish the hangar floor and then the rest of the rails up, and I'm gonna have my hangar done. But yeah, I got 2 factory halls and a hangar, and that's just one little level. I can build a much bigger station out here, and I'm open to people coming out and putting put a fuel dump. Come put a fuel dump in if you want. I got hangars. I got a whole factory hall that has nothing in it right now. I just built for extra space, so I have extra space. And if I'm out here working on it, then people come out and join in and make it so you could sit there and use it as a because I run into freaking 75 stack asteroids are bigger out here all the time. There's some the Titans are out here too. Titans are unlocked also. Since moon mining's available. Titanoids are available to be things. You think you've seen some big asteroids? There's asteroids that take weeks to harvest. You land on them, and then you start mining them like you're on a surface planet. Oh yeah, that's right. I have to make stuff. Get out of the ship. Always want to jump in my ship and fly around. Okay. Oh, okay. Craft macaroni and cheese. Halls. Hangar hall flat 88. Let's do another 50 of those. And these the side beams, let's do 100 of those. There. Hopefully that would be enough to fill my hair. Fix my hair. I would just. Did you? Oh, nice. Yep, getting the framework first is really important.
Well, this
But make
back
sure
needs to
when you're
have at least 2 squares because it's all going to be thrusters and stuff.
but make sure when you're doing all those measurements like that you make them within measurements of stuff that's in the game. Make sure stuff that you can use in the game can fit inside of that. Don't make it to a certain size right now and thinking, oh, this is gonna work. This is gonna work. Pull out a piece that you can outside from the asset browser. Pull one of those thruster sections out, and when those thruster things out, pull the thruster, stick it in there, and make it so you can put it into size and stuff you want. Because if you start making something just from what you can see, you're gonna end up not making something that you can be able to use. Because everything in here has got a certain shape that it can fit. Like the hard points are squares. You gotta make a box. You gotta make a frame around the hard point, and then that's how you can that keeps a hard point from moving anywhere. If you just have this added weight, that's all it's adding. It could add structure. Who knows? Is this an edge? What is this?
Get it finally? Yes,
Or are these the? Yeah,
Alright.
hanger hole flats. Okay.
Alright, so this will give room for thrusters and room for stuff in front of the thrusters, like cooling or that you need.
Mhm.
And so now I just need to. Well, here's the thing. Have you seen you saw the pictures, right, of the ship?
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what I want to do with the thrusters, because in the game the thrusters is only in a few spots and it's kind of vertical. So I'm trying to figure out if I want like a few bands of like if I want it to be like vertical skip, vertical skip, vertical skip. Like these 3 boxes, like the outside is
Mhm.
the outside is thrusters, then skip a blocks, then thrusters, then skip a block, thrusters, so on and so on.
Yeah, that would look good.
Or because it's so big, maybe I could do like a 3x3 of thrusters and then skip it. That means it'll have one.
Oh, low line up.
One, two.
Fucking, I hate easy build. Oh.
Actually, wait. How much?
Straighten out.
How many rings do I actually have? 1, 4, 9, 10, 12, 13, 15. We have 15, so we have a total of 7.5 roughly. So it is an odd number, which is good. How many? So it'd be 3x3, 1, 3x1. Right? My math right? 15
if
from
you're
left
trying
to right.
fit 3x3,
Yeah, 3
yeah,
by
you'd
3
be
and
able
then
to
skip
fit
one line.
4.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be able to fit 4 of those 3x3 sections.
I think like blocks like that may be easier because if I try to do it like a X symbol or a plus sign, it just kind of it would complicate the wiring.
Mm-hmm. Although the wiring will drive you up the wall either way. So.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Wiring works to you. Wiring is a pain in the ass. Especially if you do everything with ducting. If you do ducting for everything, then that's maddening. Like all the duct work that you took off all that stuff when you're just assembling that stuff. Yeah. Ding, 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 ding. How many squares do I?
get used to these damn things eventually.
Mm-hmm. I think there is a setting in the settings to increase the size of the icons if you wanted, but whatever. They aren't the best icons to begin with.
Oh. I have to wait for it to build more.
Currently, the only thing slowing me down is you have to be a very specific set of internet. They change a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, is okay, but I can't go away from thing crafting.
Oh, do you want to extend that out one more?
I was no, I messed up.
Okay.
No, just leave those there. I fucked up. I didn't have a beam before, so there we go. I'm making little mistakes here. As long as you're willing to help me find those little mistakes before they become a huge fucking problem. I'm running.
Do you want the bottom to beam up with the middle sections you got? Or do you want verticals going all the way through the thing?
That's what I was wondering about. That's why I was thinking about the thrusters. Because I wasn't sure if these were gonna. If I was just gonna do a vertical lining and leave this gap in here, for building stuff, or if I should just crosshatch it like I did the ones above. That's the one thing I
You
wasn't
could
sure.
always crosshatch it and then just delete them down the road and make little like catwalks running through it.
Oh. No,
Oh, I think I got in your way here. Let me delete this. Or
Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah. Either way. Yeah, I was just doing a select. Guys. And go. Oops, something's colliding with it. What is? Oh, those are the. What about the bottom and top? Do you want those to have verticals as well?
yeah.
Okay.
Just the bottom. Great so far though. Sure.
I can stop crafting these things. Hanger.
Ooh, it fits.
Cannot spawn selected chip. Hanger area is too small.
Ooh.
That's what she said.
No, that's what that's what my hanger is saying. Friggin' increased it gigantically. I gotta go even bigger to get it to take and hold a ship, huh?
Go even further beyond.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's decent.
Tried to holler and get it to fit. I'm in co-pilot seat. Wrong way. Base backward. Okay. Let's go down. Oh yeah.
Yeah, the hard part is getting those first few angled pieces in, and then once you get those in, you just pop. Like, so nice.
Mhm.
It's gonna be a big bitch.
Mhm.
Okay. Hanger logic does not know what the fuck it's talking about.
So do you have to weld each in piece individually, or can you just select it all and say weld?
Yep, you can select it
Select it
all and
all
say
in one.
well.
Oh, nice.
Yep. I can fit this whole ship I built inside of my hangar that I got up right now. I can't spawn the ship inside of it.
See, I know
The,
you're saying hanger. I know you're saying hanger, but it sounds like you're saying hair.
Hangar.
I
Hangar.
fit this whole ship in my hair. I'm like, damn, that's a lot of hair.
No, I got it.
Yeah, the longest side of your ship needs to be, well, longest side of your ship as it is in the ship designer will need to be bigger, or no, the smallest side of your hangar will need to be bigger than the longest side of your ship.
But this little ship that I'm in, no.
So essentially,
built
the ships are considered like cubes, essentially. So even though you might have it lengthwise fitting, it needs to also like if you spun your ship in every direction.
I got
you could do that.
two. I could fit another one of these ships inside of this same hangar with this ship at the same time, easily.
Mhm.
I could put like two. I could put like four of these ships within inside of this hangar that I've got on my out at my base, and it's saying that I cannot fit it in there inside the. It says it will not fit. It says friggin' hauler. Cannot spot that ship. Hangar area is too small. In the hangar area, it's completely within inside. It's got a hangar floor underneath it. It's got the side pieces at the top. It's got the whole blue. It's within inside of the blue force field. There's no part of the ship sticking through the force field at all.
Oh,
Right,
damn.
but if you turn your ship in each direction, like if you rotate it, yaw, and then also pitch, will it also fit in those directions as well? Because it needs to be able to fit in every direction, if that makes sense. So if your ship is like 1 unit tall, 1 unit wide, and like 30 units deep, like basically a huge rod, you essentially will need to be able to rotate that rod in each axis and still have it fit within the hangar.
Yeah, I got a little flat turtle head ship that
Okay.
fits what's inside. It can fit with lengthwise, widthwise. I could turn it over. I could take and turn it over on its top and spawn it, because when it spawned in upside my hangar.
Mhm.
Because my other hangar that I just made this hangar bigger is it couldn't spawn the ship inside, but I could still use the SCC and build a ship out of here.
So, you want the good news?
How about both?
Good news, we're doing good. Bad news is all of the bottom of the ship, like all of it, is got a beam point.
Oh, sure. And the top
J5.
doesn't, so we can just copy the top.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm currently making this is the exact center of the ship, and so I'm currently just going to be copy pasting this forward a little bit so I can get.
I gotta take out some of this. take some of these off, interrupt the hanger there, so I can finish the floor. Ooh. Need to build more, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, craft the last 9.
Another thing to keep in mind that I was kind of caught off guard by was the weight stuff, as in, like, it's pretty much logical, as in, you know, we've got beams that are made of metal, so they weigh about the same as anything else that's metal. So if you have like an ore crate filled with metal and you've got beam structures that kind of take up the same volume, then you can imagine they weigh the same as an ore crate.
Well, the rest of the ship's going to be kind of a frame. It's not going to be a block like the back is.
Sure, yeah, just a nice hollow space.
And also, it depends on what the beam is.
Plating too is super heavy too.
Yeah, plating is specific too. Different platings make it heavier or lighter too. It's all with what you got it plated with too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you do a terodium plate, it's going to be a. But if you do a bastion plate, bastion plates are like paper. They don't keep out anything. They for looks. Oh no. One short. Oh, there it is. Yes. Yay. Now I'm gonna fix that, and then the top will be complete. Add a build mode.
And I think that should fit the form factor
Okay.
Because the front needs to be slightly smaller than the rest. Might have to shave some of the beams off the back. Cool. What? Yep.
Okay. See this one. Hey, Haywire. You
Yeah.
here? Hey, can you screen share
Sure.
and stream in Discord? Oh shoot! I think
Not showing anything yet.
I just okay. Okay, it wasn't showing because I was think. Okay, not should.
Not yet.
Is it showing anything?
No. Oh.
It was showing my. It should be showing my screen. I'm getting. I may have to kill.
If you change Starbase to windowed mode, it might show it.
I can't. I'm not running Windows.
Oh, that's right, because you're on the Android. Yeah.
I'm no. I'm on. Yeah, I'm on Android. There. Okay, now I'm in. The only screen there. Okay, now I'm back in the game. It's just laggy. It's just lagging on my end too. My screen's freezing up.
Okay, yeah, now it's showing it. It's refreshing very slowly, but it's at least streaming it.
It says Discord isn't responding. Close app. Wait. Come on. Fuck. I may have to go upon the. Thank you, shitty Discord. Okay, I'll be back. Let's see if I have to reset it.
Okay.
Chromebook froze up, and I froze up. I'm getting cursor. Come on. Okay. Okay. Nope. Oh, there it finally came back. Okay. It should be streaming it.
Hasn't refreshed yet.
Let me. Oh. Mm-hmm. Oh, I can't stop that video. I can't stop the.
Yeah, I don't think the Chromebook is going to be able to stream.
We'll try.
You shall try. I have faith in you, Mr. Android. You can do it.
Was not made for this. Ah.
You want from me?
think I got the right. Oh,
Oh.
entire thing off. But finally done at the bottom. Finally done. Oh.
Oh, I was muted. Sweet, I said. I might need to hop off pretty soon, so if you've got a moment, I'll give you a little crash course on what the other buttons and stuff do real
Sure.
quick. Let me know when you're at a point.
Wait. Yeah. Next.
And if you ever start feeling lost, you can always open up. They've got some blueprints, pre-made ones that you can open up and reverse engineer what they did. What I did over here was I am showing you something that you might run into down the road once you start plating, is that the plates kind of follow, if you see this gold and gray one I did, they like to follow this size of plating. So what I did was I just made a section here that kind of follows that, but it's off a little bit from your grid outline. So all I did was I just converted, you'll see I've got, it meshes up fine, it's just that it's not perfectly aligned with the image. But that'll be kind of the shape you might want to do with the plating, and I painted them different colors so you can see the different tiles, but yeah, that's something down the road when you start plating to consider. But yeah, just real quick, little crash course on all the buttons. All the stuff on the top there, most of it is just all windows. They're just all different windows that you can open and close. If they've got the little green arrows around the icons on the top, then they're open, and then you can close them and stuff. So they're just different windows. They aren't anything crazy. And then you've so most of the left ones are all windows until you get to the X and then the arrow forward and back, which is obviously an undo and a redo. And then the save button, of course. And then there's three kind of after a little open space. There's that one with the plus, the yellow arrow, and the orange arrow. Those are all the modules that I was talking about, where if you select whatever you want, you can click that plus button and it'll make a module. And then you can also add things to a module. And anyway, they're just all module stuff. And then beyond that is different like settings, different tools you can use. There's one button that goes to the test mode, which you've already done with the F5 key as a hotkey. There's another one that shows detached objects. So once you have a coherent ship that's all connected, you can use that to tell what parts are detached, which right now it won't show you anything because it doesn't consider this a coherent ship yet. And then you've got the ship orientation little gimbal thing, which you've already used. And then the last two are just transform tools. You can switch it from local to global. And what that means is, like, if you've got a shape that's tilted slightly and you want it to slide or move relative to the orientation that the part is at, not at the global, like, up, down, left, right grid, you can swap between those two, just like you would in Unity or something like that. And then the last one is the snapping thing, where you can just turn it on and off. You can turn off whether it auto snaps to things and stuff. And that's kind of all of those up there. The toolbox, which is one of the windows that should by default be down on the bottom of your screen. You've got your move tool, your rotate tool, the select tool, which, for selecting things. Then you've got a bolt tool, which once you click that, what it'll do is it won't really show you anything of use until you open the tool options window, which might be open already. If it's not, then once you open that, it'll give you more info on that. Actually, wait, no, I take that back. Oh, no, yeah. The bolt tool, that's just a manual bolting tool. So literally, it's just like in the real world where you literally can just go up to a beam or a plate or something and literally just shove a bolt into it. And same thing with the next one, which is the pipes and cables version of it, where you lay down pipes. The one after that, the durability tool, that one shows you, well, your durability of your ship. So once you have a coherent ship, I don't think it'll show you anything right now, but once you have a coherent ship, it'll basically show you everything color-coded as to how durable it is, so you can see the durability errors. The one after that, the snap option, is the one I already talked about, where it'll let you force it to snap to a certain point if it's really fighting you. The one after that is a socket, which is kind of a niche thing. You might never use that, but it basically lets you put, once you start wiring things, it can be a real pain to kind of go through things, so the socket kind of lets you go through some objects. And then the next one's paint, which is pretty self-explanatory. You can paint shit, it's pretty fun. The one after that is the one you'll use most often for the bolting, which is the auto bolt. Some people say it's horrible and you should never use it. I personally think it's totally fine. It will give you some finicky behavior here and there, but essentially it's what it sounds like. You just click it and it bolts everything together. But it might do some odd things here and there, in which case you'll have to just go and clean it up a bit. But then the one after that lets you pick what material things are made out of, which is pretty insane. You can literally choose like what things are made out of if you wanted to really, like, you can change the plates from bastium to corrodium or agitite, whatever material you want. And they have different properties. And then the one after that is the welding one you were talking about, which is the auto welding. You just select that, and it'll give you options in the tool options, where you can say, like, apply to all, apply to selection, that kind of stuff. You just click that, and it welds everything together for you, which you could do right now if you wanted to kind of see it as a coherent ship. And then the one after that is the decal tool, which is pretty self-explanatory.
I have it to weld beams and I have it to apply to all. How do I actually make it, like, weld?
Yeah, just select the welding option, in which case everything should like turn orange, which means that it's not welded, and then you just select apply to all, and then just click anywhere in the window. You just click once, just somewhere in space there, kind of like you're applying it, and that should do it. It might take a bit to load since you're welding so many things together, but
oh wait, if I weld them, I can't pull beams off anymore, can I?
Oh no, you can. You'll just have to weld it again. Oh, I feel my frame rate closing. Oh, yeah, I think everything welded. Yeah, looks like it's all good, because now it's not orange anymore. So yeah, it's all one coherent shape, or yeah, it's all welded together now.
Yeah, now I just have to add more.
So now you can like do the durability tool if you wanted. It won't really show you anything because there's no thrusters on it yet, so it won't be able to calculate like thrust vectors and stuff. But it'll at least kind of tell you, oh, everything's.
So do I want to just like make the basic body like we are, and then put the paneling and stuff on it, and then go from there? Or do I want to do the paneling last?
It's kind of. I would do the paneling probably last. Well, I don't know. I feel like you might want to play around with like maybe. I don't know. I guess it's kind of up to you. You could like start building the functionality of the ship. You can start throwing in some thrusters and figuring out how to get them to work and all that, so that it's actually a moving object. And then once you have a functioning ship, kind of start playing around with making the more aesthetical choices, or you can start with the aesthetic and work backwards. Kind of up to you. I might lean more towards like maybe doing some of the functionality first, then that way it kind of, as you learn how to do that, it might lead you to make different choices for the aesthetic choices.
Just realized
And I
something.
should probably... Sure, yeah.
Realized I have I have to lower this entire piece. I have to lower this entire piece because I realize now that I'm going to have I need to save room on top of the ship for
Sure.
the paneling and the cockpit and all that. So
Oh, also one last really useful thing is the asset browser window that has all the like beams, devices, all that. Each one of those sections has a little eyeball icon next to it and a lock key. You can choose to hide each of those layers or lock them so that they don't get changed while you're manipulating things, including like selection and stuff. So like if you only wanted to select the plates and not the beams, you can lock the beams, and that way you aren't modifying the beams. Or you can hide them completely, which is very useful when you've got like some random wire behind a whole bunch of shit.
it's well together. How do I? How is it moving around?
The welding's just kind of, it doesn't change any behavior in this mode where you're moving stuff around. It won't change any of that. It's just telling it, okay, game, once I like start up my test simulation or once I make this an actual ship, consider this all welded. So it doesn't really change anything with how it behaves in this view. You just want to, it's just something you want to make sure to do before you spawn your ship or something. Just make sure it's all welded together.
I kind of get this.
If it's fighting you, you can try the force option thing I was talking about, especially when you get really large objects like that.
Look, it's snapping, snapping just above.
Yeah.
Above.
Yeah, it has a hard time. So yeah, if you move it, yeah, just a little, give yourself a little bit of space there. You can basically select that snap option, which is down on your toolbox, the one that looks like a gold and blue grid. And when you do that, you basically select that, and if you just mouse over one of the endpoints that you want to have like connect to the other thing, you'll see a whole bunch of little nodes pop up.
Wait,
and it's kind of hard to tell which one's which. It's the gold and blue kind of grid-looking button down on the bottom in your toolbox window, on the bottom of your screen.
What do I do now?
So since you have all that selected, just look at like the end of one of these rods, one of these beams, and just mouse over it. It looks like you cleared your selection by clicking it accidentally. You'll want to select that whole section again. So yeah, once you have that all selected, yeah, just look at the end of this beam with that snap tool and just mouse over it. Don't click it because then it'll clear your selection. But if you just mouse over it, you'll see a whole bunch of little orange nodes appear on it, and you can click one of those nodes, the node that you want to have attached to the other end, which in this case will be the very center node at the end of that beam. You just click that and then turn and look at the intersection part that you want it to attach to and just mouse over it again, don't click, and just it should then highlight the other nodes and you just click the node that is on the end. There you go. Just like that.
To force me like, hey, this one bumped up, this one.
Yep. Yeah, you saw how many like nodes there were on that, so that's what the auto thing is trying to do, is trying to align it with those many nodes all over the thing. So
yeah.
it sometimes has a hard time.
So now I need to hit 5. And, yeah, I need to figure out how tall I am compared to this. I should be perfect. Like, this one bracket should be one guy tall, which is perfect. That's what I need. I need it to be enough for, yeah. Okay. So that means that this is going to be the top of the ship, and there should be enough space to take the cockpit, because the cockpit area is going to be right here. Like, basically these, this like 3 by like 5 right here. Front, maybe the cockpit. Multiple seats. Just in case. And after that, pretty much all of this inside space. I'm gonna have the cockpit, and then behind the cockpit, because I mess with it the most, I'm gonna have fuel cells, and I'm gonna, or the stuff, I'm gonna have the generators and all that. I don't know if I'm gonna need 3 or 4, but in between each of them, I'm gonna try to put 2 racks of power cells. So it'll be 1 4 power cell racks, 1 4 power cell racks. That way I can always like just turn around and get up, flip them.
Sure.
No sense in putting it in the back of the damn ship. You have to fucking around for it. And other than that, I shouldn't have to move around the ship much. The rest of it should, like, the rest of it, this will pretty much just be predominantly storage. Be a bunch of fucking storage. So really, the hard part's gonna be the body, and of course, setting up the wiring and stuff for all the thrusters. You need a lot of thrusters to have a metric crap ton of storage, and then the body is just going to go around it. So that's what I'm planning. I don't know where to begin on that part. Honestly, I'm probably going to come back here to where we have these, and I'm probably gonna take out at least this layer right here, because I think this is just gonna be extra weight. This entire beam segment here, extra. Now that I think about it, and of course I'm gonna do vertical beams over here to box it in. Because like I said earlier, it's just gonna be a box, and then the body's gonna be built around it. Make it easy. So,
yeah, I would say just do whatever you want. And my first ship, I just followed my heart, did what I wanted, and then after I had a coherent ship, I learned so much I was able to take that into my next ship, and you just keep on carrying on.
are you gonna be on later? I mean, I know that not everyone has time, but I would love to work on this and finish it, and I'm gonna have a lot of questions, because now that the frame is almost done, the only thing left is all the stuff I don't know.
Yeah, totally. I'll even be on a little bit longer. I just wanted to teach you that just in case I had to leave suddenly. But I'm just judging it around some company coming, so I'm not quite sure when that'll be. And yeah, I should be on later tonight again. Once again with a big asterisk. I'm not quite sure.
Okay.
Yeah. One thing I will show you real quick, because I think it will be quite useful. Once this loads.
Let me do quick.
Sure.
I can't wait any longer.
Yeah.
So my intention now is to build the vertical beams on the outside to finish the cage, and then after that's done, on the side of the ship, after that's done, then I can start. Of course, I need to set up some paneling and stuff for the cargo area, but it's going to be a flyer / miner, and it should have plenty of space for, like, if I need to put on more points and stuff. I think once I do the body, then I can add in the thrusters. Not the thrusters, the maneuver.
On a ship this size, you'll probably want to use regular thrusters as maneuvering thrusters.
Yeah, I was gonna just say to most of your thrusters are mounted to hard points themselves. So,
Mhm.
so you're saying you're gonna put in hard points. Hard points are part of the whole equation. That's what thrusters and maneuvering thrusters mount to a device. What's called a device hard point.
Yeah. So what I'll have to do is I'll have to the way that it's going to be kind of sandwiched. I'm assuming the best thing to do would probably be a thruster above and below, two, one on each side of the cockpit, then another midway through the cockpit, like midway through the ship, and then finally two vertical ones at the back. And then after that, two following those on the side of the ship, facing outward, and then two in the front on the side of the cockpit, pointing away from the cockpit for stability, stopping.
Mhm.
And that should be it. But I'm gonna have to wire those, so I might do those first.
Yeah, I'd say do whatever you want the first ship because you're not going to be worried
Mhm.
about min-maxing anything. You're just trying to, just learn the thing, and then after that, once you have your first ship and you're flying it, you're like, oh, I can kind of see now how this is going to play in with that and this and that, and then you can take that into your next
Well, I
ship.
watched a YouTube video earlier, but a guy that did it, he did he did a very bare bone version, like basically just like a motorcycle. And I was like, okay, well, I get the gist of it, but that's gonna scale. That's gonna scale hard. Whatever you're doing.
Yeah, let me show you one thing before I hop off. Go ahead and save this, and then go ahead, once you have it saved, let me know when you've got that saved.
It's a
Oh, I got my little.
Okay, then go ahead and
My
go
little
to
ship.
Open Pre-Made Blueprint,
Yeah,
and
pre-made.
select,
Yeah.
I can't remember what it's called, but I think they've got,
ships.
yeah, go to Ships, and scroll down, I'm waiting for the screen delay because I can't open it since I'm not the host, but I think they've got like a Laborer 2. Do the Laborer 2.
Oh yeah, the second labor. Yeah, that one's cool. That one's got extra plating and stuff on it.
And once that loads, go ahead and hit F5 to bring it into the real mode. And I was just going to give you a quick, just YOLOL and stretch. Well, not YOLOL, but the device reading concept. Have you, I'm assuming you've used like Microsoft Excel, where you're editing the cells and all that.
A little bit, yeah.
It's pretty much that, where it's essentially just in Microsoft Excel, you just put numbers into the cells, and then you can like say, oh, well, this cell should equal that cell, but maybe +5 or something like that. It's pretty much that. It's that same concept where each of these devices, everything in your ship, has essentially little Excel cells in them that you can then just put data into, and that data can be read by other devices, and et cetera, et cetera. So that's kind of how you configure all this bullshit. So if you look at anything like that generator in front of you, you can press U to bring up your universal tool and go to data tab, which if it wasn't on the data tab already, you then have to close the universal tool and reopen it and look at the thing. It's kind of annoying, but once you have that, it should say like electricity production, heat production, generator unit rate limit, that kind of stuff in gray. Also, if you had it in the cursor mode, which you had, then it'll just do it on the cursor. And yeah, so that's kind of the data that is there, and you can literally change the name of those cells. Like electricity production is the name of it, so you could change it to whatever name you want, and then you could tell another device to read that data cell. So say you had like like the levers on your ship essentially that control the speed and that kind of stuff. That's essentially how they work, is you just name them the same name. That way the data coming off of that goes into the levers and lets you control it that way. That's pretty much the
So
base
all I gotta
concept
do
behind
is
all of this. Of course,
take
there's
the
a little
top
more complexity
part
to all of
and
it,
snip
but
it.
How do I figure out
And-
how many, like how much power I'm gonna need, how many batteries I'm gonna need? How do I figure that out?
that kind of stuff, yeah, that's that kind of stuff. You just kind of have to look at the wiki, and they'll tell you like, oh, this thing holds this much power, and this thing
Yep.
generates that much power, and you just kind of have to do a little math that way. Or you
Yep.
can just throw a bunch on there and see if you're running out of power, and if not, add some more batteries or not. And so you can either do it kind of trial and error that way, or you can actually sit down and calculate it. But for the most part, I think the way I usually do it is as you build your ship and you add most of the mass to it, you'll be able to calculate how much mass it takes by trying to pick up this ship with F. It'll tell you how heavy it is, and then using that, you can kind of tell how many thrusters you'll need based on the thruster values that they have on the wiki. And then from that, you can kind of tell, okay, if I have that many thrusters, I'll need this much power, and this is all stuff you'll learn down the road. Like I was saying, I wouldn't min-max that kind of stuff yet. Just build whatever shit you want, but
Black beam
but,
railings?
There's site two. There's a site too that you can input all that information.
yeah, and there's a
into
bunch of tools
site.
people have made to help with that kind of
It'll
stuff too.
and it'll give you how many thrusters you gotta have and how much power you gotta have and blah blah blah. It'll give you all the numbers and stuff too. And it's not cheating in this game to do all that type of stuff. They encourage it.
What are the beams that are right?
Oh, those virtual ones? Those are under the decorative plates, so it's considered a plate. They're not really a beam.
Because I was gonna use these. I was thinking maybe once I finish the frame, I
Okay.
could do a few of these beams to like outline the actual body to get an idea, and
yeah,
then
those are under decorative.
and then once I do that, I can because like I got to do the wiring first, but I don't know where I'm gonna have my thruster stuff. If I put down some of the frames or not frames, but put down some of these, I can get an idea of like where I'm gonna put them and stuff. And then also these would be perfect to put windows on because I'm gonna have a big cockpit. So
Mhm.
it's gonna be a person cockpit. It's gonna be crazy. Oh man.
So yeah, there's going to be a lot of craziness, so I would like take it
It's gonna
piece
be
by
a-
piece,
it's gonna
like
be
say, okay,
expensive
this time
shit.
I'm going to try making my own generator, and so you then take on that challenge of saying, okay, I'm going to make a generator that works, and then after that you go, okay, I'm going to make a propellant system that works, and then after that, oh, I'm going to make a thruster that works, and you just kind of piecemeal it, because there's a lot of steps to understanding what all is going on. And they've got these pre-built ones that you can look at to kind of get an idea. And the wiki is surprisingly good. If you just go to the Starbase wiki, it's got some pretty good info and all
Yeah,
that.
that one, the one that link that I put into
I'm weird.
onto
Like I can
Discord. That's
I
a
can
link
learn
to the
stuff,
wiki.
but like primarily,
That's-
you've noticed I'm a hands-on mostly.
That's a
Yeah, that's why I mentioned just throwing it on and see what happens. Kind of the concept is, that's
but all the coding
pretty
and
good.
stuff that has to be done too. You just have to have somebody put on because you got to do a lot of YOLO coding too. So YOLO coding and renaming of groups of renaming of stuff so it works like you said to make stuff work with each other. You got to rename stuff to make it work with each other. Coming up with naming conventions and stuff like that.
I'm gonna like do it like this.
Do like a tapering various layers.
Taper
kind of
just
concept.
taper down just a little bit because this way I can pick spot.
Yeah, that overall would be much easier to have various kind of tapered
Give myself some extra room.
levels of tubes. Yeah, it would be much easier than trying
Yeah,
to make angled.
I'd see that ship's gonna be a long-term goal
things.
because it's gonna be a multi-million credit ship.
Well, I can't get credit right now. So.
This is a dream.
Oh yeah, before I log off, I was going to give you access to one of my miners in case you ever need it.
Yeah, do that so he doesn't get Because otherwise, taking a stock laborer out and mining with it at first again is like, I already did this. I had to do it again.
Yeah, it's totally
So it's
doable,
like,
but yeah, just the slowness of the speed and stuff. It's like, nah, don't even bother with that. Yeah, you can get a pretty
Exactly.
good, but yeah. Oh yeah, if you're ever curious about like building cost and stuff, they've got a window that will give you material cost
Yep.
and stuff like that.
It's the material cost window in the building. It's called your building budget. You got your building budget, but also shows what items you have on station to build that with, and you can the thing, and it'll take everything out of your station inventory and build a ship with what you got, and then give you a rough estimate how much it's going to cost to finish the project. So if you're going to be in designing for a long time, take and get a bunch of Bastium or get a bunch of other stuff like that, and just go to the crafting bench and start crafting. Keep your craft. You can actually keep your crafting bench right beside you. Put it right beside you in the thing. Start crafting. Start crafting the beams, and just take and put it back into your inventory and let the craft go through, and you'll start getting points as you're working on your thing. Because if you're just building anything right now, you're going to build it, but you're going to have to pay a pretty high cost to build it. Yeah, I'm on the way back over to. Oh, did I forget? Yeah, I didn't bring anything with me. I'll do it later. This session I might go out and get some more.
Cost a lot. But, I mean, I want to get it done. I don't know how I'm going to get the money for it. Of course, I don't know how
Yeah, my
to
first
consult.
ship was huge and pointless and horribly designed, and it was terrible, but I was super proud of it and learned a lot, and used it for a while until I
Pretty
couldn't
much
stand it anymore, and was like, you know what, I'm going to sell this and make another one. And then I made a much more concise and better one after that.
I mean,
So
all
for
you
the
really
first
need
one,
is an
do whatever you
idea.
want.
You need an idea.
Exactly.
I know I'm going to learn a lot. I know it's not entirely easy, but I don't care.
Mhm.
It has a purpose, and the purpose is what I want it for. What I care about.
Hell yeah.
Be ship for multiple people. There'll be a miner ship. There'll be a hauler ship, and that's that'll be like a really good way to make money.
Yeah, and whenever Shadow's on with you, you guys can both go out on the same ship and mine stuff and use it as your mothership.
I'll laugh my ass off when he sees it, and he's like, "Wait a minute, is that a Sidewinder?" I'll be like, "Yeah."
Yeah.
He's gonna be like, "Wait, that's the mothership that you were telling me about?" I'll be like, "Yeah." He'll be like, "The fuck, man? You fucking Elite Dangerous. This isn't Elite Dangerous."
I've seen some French chick. She has already. Yeah, small, sleek, and fast. And
this right here will give me the room I need in order to do the cockpit, and because the thing turns into a blade basically, so it's going to need that downward model because this is going to be the cockpit area. That top shelf, this is just basically going to be an empty plating right here. You can go down the slope if possible. Same.
Go ahead and save it. I'm gonna try leaving the designer in case it forks it. Yeah, the way they do it is they'll like organize them by version. So every time you hit save, it'll make a new version of it, and then you can like go in. There'll be like a drop down that lets you select what version you want.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try leaving, see what happens, and that all seems to be fine. Oh, also just a rule of thumb, they if every once in a while like hit your Windows key and see if there's any frozen byte crash windows pop up, and if there is, then go ahead and just take a moment to restart your game, because that'll it won't make the game do a hard crash, but it'll do weird bullshit that you just don't want to have propagate.
Yeah, I think that's what fucked my ship earlier on.
Probably.
And if I wouldn't have started pulling it apart, I may have been able to sell that situation. But
Yep, it was a learning experience. You learned how to deconstruct ships and sell stuff. Speaking of which, there is a area that if you ever do have a ship that you're like, I'm just done with this ship, there is a place that you can go and just wholesale sell the entire ship. You won't get as much as if you tore every little piece off and sold it individually, but it's much easier than just, well, doing that.
honestly, I consider like the first bit working on a ship, I call this like pretty damn good. Like a lot of progress done for like this is a surprising amount of progress in a short time. For just a lot. Be proud of what I want to be proud about, damn it. This offset. Hey, I am so... What? Why are you offset?
Oh yeah.
Thing's not attached, bro.
69%. Come on, Phil.
Oh yeah, it looks like that top row was off a bit. Where it meshes with the back section.
How?
I like the top ceiling plate.
Oh my god. You fuck.
Which case, yeah, you can just highlight the whole thing and just use that force thing I was talking about. Snap. And I'll move the whole thing.
Oh. Oh. Got all of it selected. This way. Oh, base. Oh, that
Okay, flow in. Okay, flow in 1, flow out 0, and then I want this one to be flow in to be 0, and to be flow out. There. Yeah. Huh. Huh. Did they change? Do I have to have this on a friggin'? Do I have to have a wire running to this?
wonder if
Okay, so you now have access to a miner. The way you'll access it is when you go up to those spawn panels. There'll be a different tab for it. You'll have an owned tab where your ships will show up, and then there'll be another tab where that ship will show up. It's still under my name, so when you spawn it, it'll.
Is it like a miner or just like some hard go around?
Oh, it's pretty much a miner. It doesn't have a lot on it. It's got the scanner and just I think it's got 75 crates on it, and doesn't have any lasers or anything. But it's a pretty dependable miner. In case you ever need to go get some more ore.
Debating on if it would be more beneficial to sell all.
It depends on what you need
The
more.
ship
If you've got
anyways.
enough ore to build your ship, then yeah, you might as well sell the excess. But it's kind of up to whatever you want. You can always sell all the ore, make the money, and then just use the money to buy the ore later. You'll lose a little bit due to the taxes and stuff, but it's whatever you want.
Oh, there it goes. We didn't bolt it down. Where'd you go?
Yeah, it's kind of exponential growth.
Oh yeah, once you start getting them moved.
All about infrastructure.
I need to add further beams here? Like just a few, a lot.
Oh yeah, a few is probably fine. The beams are pretty strong, so yeah, if you just have kind of a shell and maybe like a core spine kind of thing, then you're probably good. You'd probably actually delete like you'd probably leave every third beam. You'd probably delete like 2 out of every 3 beams, and it'd still probably be fine. There's a plate called like the 430 something centimeter plate. That's pretty much the biggest plate in the game. I sometimes like to use that as a measuring tool. Because that size is kind of I don't know, I kind of feel like it's the biggest you can get without much support.
Okay. I'll put one of these.
That should be it for at least most of the ship. I could extend the sides out a little bit more, but I want to give plenty of slope blade.
Sure.
But I could fit. Fuck, let's see. Well, the plate. Yeah. Wait. Where's the
It's under devices, I think. Devices, something. Put in or maybe to the search thing.
right here? Yeah.
Oh, material. I always forget one. Yeah, material trait under devices, cargo.
Get an idea. Whoa, what the fuck? Why didn't it let me drop?
Because that one, the beam going up is in the way.
I must got errors.
So that one intersection point has that little beam sticking up, and it's sticking into the crate cube.
Okay, I can stop snapping. This can give me a good, decent idea of how much to go. Say I turn this entire segment. little bit of space, so that way if I moved it and had things to... Because I'm probably going to put most of the ship mechanical stuff in this gap. Probably fit this gap. Like all the stuff
Okay.
that's tucked away. Probably, yeah. And see now. Get to it. The fuck problem?
Don't forget that you can turn off the auto snapping with the top right option. The magnet.
And now okay. So it would be a... Can't fit. We'll see. There's nothing in your damn way there. Okay. So, find this, we need to find 1, 2, 5, 7, 10. Yep, and by... for 720 storage crates. Good fit. Needless to say, I don't think I'd run out of storage that easily. But that's with adding a little bit of extra room, like not counting.
You'd be surprised. That's the Titan. Some of the big asteroids weeks to harvest. So,
Well, I mean, comparatively, it's more than enough than I.
right where I'm at, I've got asteroids that are 75 stacks, which is 75 of those cargoes. Big. That's just where I'm at. That's not further out into the belt. Further out in the belt, there's ones that are bigger than that.
Well, this has the minimal cargo space of 720 cubes. and I can add in at least half of that extra if I put the storage. If I also put storage like here underneath the plating, so I could easily get up to 1,000.
Sure you're gonna. 1,000 cubes is good for a big. Is it for a good big mining ship?
Oh yeah, it's going to be a big miner.
That's what somebody sells. Somebody sells a ship with 1,000 on it. That it's got auto mine, auto avoidance, and everything else. They sell for 5 mil just for the blueprint. That's not for the ship itself. That's just for the blueprint.
Well, once I finish this, I could make it into a.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. That's what you can do. Is they can make that all into a blueprint once you get done with it. It will be a blueprint. Because you're basically making a blueprint that's visual is all you're doing. Because once it's designed inside of there, it turns it into a blueprint. What you can use for mass production, you can make all the stuff and you can like mass produce your ship.
See, the main problem is like I want to start building in plating and things, but the thing is I can't do that yet because I don't know what boards are going to go where, and if I put plating in now, I have to pull it up later.
Sure. Yeah, I'd save the plating for last, probably.
It's the, what was that thing that I said I was going to use to like frame out the cargo, or not the cargo, but frame out the captain area? Or you said they were decorations, right?
Oh, yeah, in the decorative plates section.
Really?
Mm-hmm. What's that? Oh.
Do is I'll put position, and I'll basically just make a frame floating in the air. Snap. Fuck.
I think you turned off snapping.
Oh, that's go.
Well, I should probably get off and get some things done. I might be on later, but I'm not sure.
Alright, well, have a good one. Thanks for all the help.
Yeah, you betcha. And yeah, just keep on carrying on. You will want to tear your hair out multiple times, so just keep that in mind. If that happens, just go out, do some mining, take a breather, come back, and yep, try again. And yeah, feel free to consult the wiki and pre-made ships and have fun. Also, yeah, you have access to that miner. You should be able to use that anytime. Feel free to use it, and if you go and blow it up or lose it, don't worry about it. It's all good. And I'll have the transponder on it as well, so it should just constantly say where the ship is at. Also, if you're interested, I'll send you links. There's a in-game community event going on pretty soon, actually. Just like a weekend, like 2 weeks from now. There's like a huge, one of the biggest community-ran, like it's basically like a car show. A whole bunch of people come and show off their ships and sell them and stuff, and they're gonna do that in a couple weeks. And I'm one of the official exhibitors. So if you're interested, then I can send you data on that, and you can come check out and see what the community has done and stuff. I have no idea what it'll be like because the first one was pretty fun. But we'll see what the second one's like.
I feel like mine wouldn't be able to get anywhere because it's over.
I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. It's all people's artistic vision. There's so many different ways to approach the same problem. And yeah, they'll have like open slots that you just come up and park your ship. So if you do finish it in time, then yeah, you can fly on up and park it there.
I need to find my ass off, probably.
Yeah, I kind of doubt you'll get it done in time, but you never know.
Oh, it's gonna be...
Yeah, also just feel free to message me too. I'm not sure how long it'll take me to answer back, hence you'll probably find the answer before I can message back, but feel free to message me.
It's more dependent on other people at this point.
Sure.
Right now I'm just doing railing, kind of like get an idea of the curve ship.
Mm-hmm.
But this looks decent. Sure. Yeah, for all your help, bud. Can't wait to...
Yeah, you betcha. I look forward to it. I hope Shadow gets into it too. It sounded like he was kind of getting frustrated by a lot of it, which I totally understand, but we'll see if he enjoys it. And yeah, so it seemed like there was one other thing I was going to tell you. I can't remember.
I'll come back in a second.
Yep, probably will after I hop off. Got you the ship. Told you about EOSCon. I think that was it. Oh, also, if you ever just wanted to do if you ever just want to sightsee, like to see the moon or something like that, we can all hop on one of my little bikes and just head over there and sightsee. That's the other thing is, yeah, feel free to just fly around and check things out. If you do go through the warp gate, keep in mind that there's a lot of dangerous areas, and there is gravity there, so your ship will fall. So you'll need to be constantly not hitting the ground. But
That might be up there.
yeah, it totally is. I face planted multiple times doing that with my ship. So boom. That's the other thing is salvaging. I want to get into salvaging. There's a total graveyard of ships on the moon from people crashing them. It's literally like, as far as the eye can see, just destroyed ships everywhere. You can go and loot them. It's pretty baller. Anyway, okay. Yep, good luck.
Good one, man.
Speed.
May the designer gods have mercy on your soul.
Thank you. Hello, Radiant. Glad to have you here. Thank you for cheer. I am going my ever-loving mind in this place. Yeah. Why won't it? Why won't it snap? Damn it! No, I'm telling it snap. Telling this snap that. What are you saying? This is snap point A. I want you to snap point B. Oh well. Trying to get a good idea of how it fits. This. Hello.
You